look good, nice. With hair, it's better.
Well, Roman, this was certainly a surprise, all coming together. So I guess what's the feeling like for you right now as you're ready on this short notice opportunity?
Of course, how many times my opponents pulled out. This time I thought he doesn't have time to pull out. That's why I agreed, and I'm here.
What was the discussion like? Because I know that, not only is it short notice, but you got to fly halfway around the world as well, right? So what was the discussion like in your decision to say, yeah, I'll do this?
Let's say true. It's a big opportunity for me to be ranked in 2 weight classes. And when I said no, never.
True. Time to game plan, or can you even bother with a game plan with this little time?
You know the answer. Yeah, my game plan just go there and fight, and that's all.
How do things change at light heavyweight? Does it change your approach or how you feel, or what's different?
It's such a big change when I can wake up and eat breakfast good. I don't need to drink so much water, and I don't need to cut so much weight. That's why it's big difference.
Yeah. You said ranked in 2 weight classes. So is this more than just a one-off opportunity for you? Do you feel like light heavyweight makes sense for you?
First thing what they ask me, what they think. I will stay in. They didn't want me to stay in light heavyweight, and I said no. I will fight in both weight classes, and that's why I'm here for this big opportunity.
Very nice. What do you think of Anthony's opponent and what he presents for you?
First of all, he's a good guy for me. Very good person and good opponent. Have good jiu-jitsu, and it will be a good fight.
Nice. Last thing for me, you said it. This is a big opportunity, a chance to be ranked in 2 weight classes. So you win here. Have you thought about what comes next? What would you like to do from here?
Oh, that's a very good question because I don't even know much about guys in light heavyweight, and I will need to look what's going on there. And now main task for me is like to win this fight. And after when Cormier will ask me who I want to see next, I will think about it.
Roman, over here, other side. Outside of not having to cut to 185 pounds, considering this is short notice, you don't have to do as much media. You don't have to sell the fight. You don't have to do interviews.
Great.
Is that also like part of the thing?
Last time when I was main event, that was so much stuff to do and so much especially I didn't like when I was sitting in a hotel and like non-stop. And this time is much better. This time it's much easier and everything is going fast. I like it. And the main thing what I like that I will step in the octagon and fight will go, because for this couple of years my opponents are pulling out of nowhere. Like I'm coming to Las Vegas, staying here for 1, 2, 3 months. They are changing like 2 opponents, and in the end I'm going home without fight. And this time was good.
And you obviously connected with that fight briefly with Michelle Pereira. I guess how close was that to actually happening? Did you actually start camp for that fight?
With Michelle we trained together, and it was a little bit misunderstanding when I first didn't understand why he put into the internet what he started talking, that I thought he's my friend and stuff like that. If he thinks like that, he can always call me and ask me, don't bring this to internet. And when I saw him today, I speak with him about it. But I think it just was misunderstanding, because I was told that he agreed to fight with me because originally I was supposed to fight in June 1st. And they said that Michelle agrees to fight you June 8th. I say, if he agrees, I will not say no. And I signed contract, that's all.
So you guys are cool now? You guys are fine?
Yes, I just saw him today. When I ate breakfast, after breakfast I saw Michelle training.
So moving forward, do you have issues, fighting training partners and teammates like that? Or is it you just consider this a job and you have to fight whoever?
I consider it as a job, definitely. And if there will be unnecessary to fight somebody, I will. But of course I prefer not to if there is other options. If it's not like important fight for division, I prefer not to fight. But at the end, let's say true, we are here for a reason, and the reason is like to fight and make money. And if somebody want to put in this like high moral values, then don't beat up people for money, go home. And that's true. If you are doing this for money and you are punching somebody to the face, then go and do it, and don't find excuses not to fight somebody.
The last one for me, new title fight in your new weight class in the main event. Can I get your thoughts on the title fight between Yuri and Alex?
Yeah, now I need to think about it. Yeah, that's also interesting. And I think these two guys are always interesting fights. But I always need. I can't keep my some things I think I don't need to say, but I never watch none of their fights, like all fights. I just saw their finishes. They are very impressive, very good. Now I need to watch their fights maybe, and let's see. But I think this fight will be good because both are very different. One guy is unpredictable, Prochazka. Other guy is like very good striker, like very sharp. And this fight will be very interesting, especially after last fight. Jiri is the guy who, first of all, want to prove something, and he want to do this. And this fight will be very interesting.
Roman, right here.
Yes, I see.
Roman, there are some people who think, Anthony Smith isn't in the best moment of his career. Got back on a win, but he'd had some losses leading up to that. Where do you think he's at compared to his whole career?
I think that when he have a lot of experience, and if we will think about his last fight, everybody thought that he will lose that fight, but he won, and that's the best answer what I can give it to you. You never know what fighter experience like him can do in his fight, but of course we all understand that best days he had in the past. But I still worth him for everything what he have done for this sport. And in the past, I also helped Jones to prepare for fight with Smith. Jones was very concerned about his jiu-jitsu. I remember it good. And exactly that's why I was training with him. That's why I respect him, and I'm not taking him like, oh, he's done or something like that. And I will not say this to you just to hype this thing.
With so many changes to the card, I'm curious, do you feel like that might actually make opponents more dangerous because it's short notice, because everybody has to be a little more unpredictable? They haven't had as much time to train and prepare strategy like they normally do.
It's first of all, I think, mental thing. When you are preparing for somebody else and accidentally your opponent is pulling out, first of all, you feel upset because you was ready to fight, make this fight happen. You signed the contract. Maybe you have some thoughts what to do with this money. That's also important, I think, for guys. And when opponents are pulling out, you don't have sometimes other choice to agree to fight whoever they give you. Yes, it's different, but I also think that all fighters can be different no matter how good you know them. They can bring you something new every fight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Roman, to your right here.
Yes.
Just one question for you. I wanted to ask you, what do you appreciate most about fighting on International Fight Week?
What I appreciate. It's a lot of people watching this event. I think this will be good for me, for people to recognize me, to remember me, and exactly for this fight, like I already said to you, it's a very big opportunity for me.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Roman, over here. I'm just curious, we sometimes hear funny stories about the phone calls that fighters get about these short notice fights. What were you doing when you got the phone call?
Nothing. I just was, let's go. I said, of course I will fight. Like, I didn't even thought about jet lag or something. When I hear the name, I immediately say yes. But considering how many times they call me for fights, and after these fights didn't happen, I just say, listen, call this guy, speak with them, make some agreement with him, and after come back to me. I don't want this drama anymore. And that's why I was just waiting what they will say. I was ready.
One back here. If you look at Anthony Smith's career, light heavyweight, he has been pretty tough to finish. If you look at, for example, Cleo Roundtree, it was a third-round finish. If you look at, even when Glover fought him, it was in the 5th round. Does that change the game plan for you a little bit, just knowing that Smith is a little bit tougher to take out sometimes?
I didn't thought about things like that. I just need to go there, be myself, fight him no matter what he can offer to me. I know that he's a good opponent, he's top opponent, and I just don't have thoughts like that. I'm just going there, doing what I need to do. Sometimes I'm knocking people very fast. I'm a grappler who never even have submission in UFC. I just have knockouts, and that's also funny part. That's why you never know what can happen. Maybe fight will end in first round. Maybe I will win in third round or decision. But I'm ready for everything. Maybe like you remember my last fight. I will keep going. I didn't even remember what's happened there, but I will go forward no matter what. I hear language what I understand.
Gamarjoba, Роман.
Good start. Gamarjoba. Now he speaks Georgian.
Во-первых, в письме, которое было от UFC, это был запланирован на 12:00, но 12:00 сборная Грузии начинает играть с Португалией. Ты специально пришел пораньше?
Ну, специально, чтобы закончить побыстрее и пойти поболеть за нашу команду. Грузия победит. Мы надеемся на это.
То есть, думаешь, смогут выйти в плей-офф?
Давайте взглянем правде в глаза. Очень хороший соперник, серьезный соперник, но мы будем надеяться на лучшее.
И что ты в целом думаешь про историческое выступление сборной Грузии на этом чемпионате Европы?
Это для нас большой успех. Несмотря на то, что мы проиграли первый бой, и можно говорить, что и ничья не особо хороший результат, но смотря на то, что это первое соревнование, первый турнир чемпионата Европы для Грузии, в истории Грузии, для нас было очень важно. Даже этот 1 балл, который мы получили за ничью, это история, которую уже наша команда написала. Поэтому сейчас мы надеемся и хотим видеть, как и не ожидали, что мы выйдем на Европу, так и надеемся и хотим увидеть, что мы пройдем и этот матч.
Спасибо, хорошего боя и удачи Грузии сегодня.
Благодарю вас, всего доброго. I see everybody understand you what we speak.
Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is everybody else okay? Okay.
Well, last time out, kind of a little bit of a heartbreaker. Were you able to move past that one quickly? It's still a little sour after that, or what's the feel?
I mean, if there's something that I learned, throughout my career is I don't let any result define myself. Last time with Chris, it was a hard fight. We fought hard, a lot of experience. I thought I did enough to win the fight, even if the fight was very close. But no, yeah, still move on, go back to the drawing board, work with my team, and just wait for the next call. And here I am.
I noticed in the time away, man, a lot of messages on social media with you about like mental health, and I'm just curious if when that became an important cause to you, and what kind of triggered that to say like this is something I need to stand up and talk about.
Yeah, because as a man, we should, speak more about the mental health aspect. And I've been working with my conditioning team, IHP, in Florida, and we partner up with the FHE. They're the leader in South Florida for the mental health. Big facility for all the program to help people, men, everybody for the mental health. So no, yeah, that's very important for me, and I'm looking forward to keep talking about the mental health aspect.
Awesome, great cause. All right, well, we're talking about fighting right now. Joe Pyfer, guy that had a lot of hype around him until his recent setback. What did you think when this was the name that was given to you?
I knew at one point, I was looking at him, since the Contender Series, and he did great, in the Contenders. He did great in his first 3 fights. He had a big test, just like me, top 15 guy, his last fight. So at one point, I was like, okay, maybe we're gonna cross path, and yeah, it's gonna happen this Saturday.
I love it. Well, it looks like it should be a fun fight on paper. Are you expecting you guys to go out there and just slug it out, both of you hard, hitting, durable guys?
Yeah, I mean, he's a well-rounded fighter. I have a lot of experience too. I think we both have the style, to bring the action. So for sure, we're gonna bring, all the eyes on the fight, and I'm ready to, just let the power bar talk and be myself. Yeah.
I love it. Last thing for me, it's a big platform, right? International Fight Week, featured prelim. You deliver like I think this fight should deliver. What's next? Do you have goals or things that you want to do after this?
I mean, at this point of my career, I just want to take one fight at a time. I'm 34. I feel like I'm in my prime right now. I've been battle tested, since my debut. So I think now I'm more aware of who I am, what I want, and I just want to be happy. I just want to keep moving forward. And yeah, so I'm 100% focused on this fight right now, and I think the future has something good for me after.
Marc-Andre over here. At one point, Joe showed a video of him breaking Francis Ngannou's punch record at the Apex. So I'm curious, what do you make of his power in there from what you've seen? And I know you haven't felt it, but are you what type of fight when you're in there and you feel his power you're expecting from him?
I mean, it's good to see. It's good to see on video. That's a cool thing. But inside the octagon, it's something different. For sure, I'm gonna be there. I don't have any fear. To taste his power. But one thing for sure, I can deliver power too. So sooner or later, he's gonna taste my power. He's gonna know why they call me Power Bar, and I think I'm just gonna, be on him and just do my things. And yeah, for sure, that's gonna be a hell of a fight.
One final quick one. Can I get your thoughts on the main event between Yuri and Alex?
Oh, so as soon as I heard the change of the main event, I was kind of happy. I like Alex. I like his style. I'm working with Brazilian coach in Florida, and they bring similar style, striking style, when we train. So I've kind of break it down a little bit of the Alex style, the left hook, just the way he stand. So yeah, I'm so happy. I think he's gonna stay the champ.
Marc-Andre back here.
Hi.
You must be feeling good. You've been on a couple of Vegas cards now. You got this big opportunity against Joe Pyfer. What does it mean, to have sort of the respect from the UFC to put you in these types of positions? Because you've had a lot of big opportunities so far.
Yeah, I feel like the UFC knows that I'm a good company guy. So, like I said, I've been battle tested. Every time, I've been able to just pick up myself back. Even if my back was against the wall, I was able to express myself and just be the guy that they want me to be. And yeah, I feel like, this time, like other time, it's a big opportunity for me. I just need to make the most out of it. So I'm really looking forward to, bring the action, be myself and get my in raise at the end of the night.
Now, saying that, there's a lot of hype behind your opponent. Obviously, there's a lot of people talking. Have you been in a position like this before, where you're fighting someone where that has this much hype? Like, I was looking at your record. I don't think you really have. So, now that it's here, are you excited to play the role of spoiler?
Yeah, I think I like to be the underdog. I don't care. I'm just happy to be in this spot, to be able, to have the fans, know me better about who I am, the fighter, but also the human. It's one thing to be good inside the cage, inside the organization, but I want to carry myself as a great ambassador of the sport, of myself, of my country. So no, I feel happy. I'm ready to to see everything he's gonna bring Saturday night, and I'm gonna be there for sure, as hard as I can.
If anyone follows you on Instagram, I know you have a lot of successful things going on outside the sport. How much has that helped your fight career? Maybe taking a bit of pressure off from the financial side of things, just with how things have gone for you outside the cage.
Yeah, so I've always been a smart guy. I don't want to let the success, get to me too much. Like I said, I don't let anything defines me. Every fight, I just want to make a good move after every fight, win or lose. Life goes on. So right now, I have big plans. Besides being a fighter, I'm also a chef. I did my culinary school. So maybe I want to open a restaurant in Florida or maybe in Canada. We'll see. But for now, I feel like I have everything in place to have success.
Two more quick ones for me. The draft's on Friday, the NHL draft, that is, at the Sphere. You hoping the Montreal Canadiens take TJ Ginla, Jerome McGinley's son?
Honestly, I did not really follow hockey beside the playoff. But yeah, if it's a good thing, for sure I'm behind.
And last one, has your buddy Julien LeBlanc done enough to get in the UFC? That was a big win at Unified a few weeks ago.
Yeah, I was so happy for him. Julian's been with me, since day one. Now I feel like he's able to be himself more than ever. I think he knows that what he has to do to get to the big show, and for sure he's very close to be with me here. Yeah.
Marc-Andre.
Hi.
Just want to go back on that note on the mental health thing that you mentioned earlier. I feel like oftentimes people kind of underestimate what goes on behind the scenes in terms of your mental. For you, what surprised you most entering this realm and that focus for you?
Yeah, so people only see, the 15 minutes of fighting. They don't really see what's behind the scene. We struggle with a lot of things, good day, bad days, everything that can happen in life. As a man, sometimes we just kind of, just get through it. Don't ask any question or ask for help. But I feel like, for myself, I've always been like an emotional guy. I don't care to be more vulnerable sometimes. So I feel like I can be a good ambassador to talk about, the mental health. Not only when it's going bad, but when it's going good too. So we have to express ourselves to the both sides. And yeah, I think that's a good relief when you're able to talk to someone, some organization, or just speak for yourself. And yeah, I feel like that made a huge difference for me right now.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
There was a shift that happened at some point upstairs. Is it good now or is it too loud?
No, it's good. No, it was a bunch loud. I happened to look down at my thing and I saw that it was like screaming.
There was a shift that I had to make real quick. It's okay now though?
Yeah, no, it was fine. I adjusted it.
Okay.
Because I took my ears out so I could listen to this, and I looked over. I was like, what the fuck is going on here? I didn't know because I remember you did something. I didn't know if you threw it up a bunch or something because somebody was complaining.
His Roman audio was waxed too. Was like not recording, or like you didn't hear anything?
Did you just get muted? That one works. I don't know why Roman didn't work. Do you need Roman? I do. I just need the pros predict clip. But if you just,
I'm not clipping.
well, can I just use your file then?
Yeah, do you want to just rip it, or do you want me to keep it?
When, it's on YouTube. Yeah, I'll just rip it off.
If not, I mean, I can forward it. My clip's like 8 gigs, though.
Yeah, I'll just rip it. It's probably easier that way. Thanks, guys.
It's gonna be like all your things from one side, and then just like one random.
Look here. I look back here. I was an interview. I recorded that.
Oh, but you just need the audio, though, right?
Yeah, but my Roman is completely muted, and I just don't have. I don't want to have to
Sync it.
Yeah, because that would be a struggle. You're lip reading at that
Yeah,
point.
because I would have to be lip reading. I just don't want to do that.
Are you use Premiere?
Yeah.
You can have an auto sync. Whatever.
But there's no. My Roman has no audio.
Oh, you have nothing to sync it to.
Nothing.
I got you. I feel you now. Now I'm with you.
Not my stuff though. Oh my.
Money.
So Diego, a year ago, you lose a UFC debut. Now you're 3-0, and you're in a big fight on International Fight Week. What has this ride been like for you?
Bueno, Diego, hace un año más o menos perdiste tu debut, pero después de eso 3 victorias, una racha tremenda. ¿Cómo ha sido este camino hacia el 303?
Pues ha sido un camino increíble, ¿no? Yo creo que después de mi debut en UFC superé pues, las expectativas de muchos, ¿no? Y pelea tras pelea pues fui demostrando que de lo que soy capaz, ¿no? Hasta entonces pues que hoy tengo un lugar peleando pues en una de las carteleras más importantes.
I think it's been an incredible journey. I think after that win, I've been proving and I've been surpassing people's expectations. And after this, they have the confidence. Actually, that's what led to the moment that I'm here and to be in such an important card.
So clearly in your career, you take chances, you take opportunities, but when this offer comes, it's number 3, a former title challenger. Was it automatic, or was there some discussion to make this decision?
Siempre ya estás conocido por siempre tomar ventaja de las oportunidades, siempre aceptar lo que viene, siempre estás ahí. En este caso, pelea importante, poco tiempo, una persona que ya ha ya ha peleado por el título, también el número 3 del ranking. ¿Alguna duda o aceptaste?
No hay duda, ¿no? No todos los días te brindan la oportunidad de pelear con el 3 del mundo, teniendo la oportunidad de entrar al top 5, ¿no? Entonces, en ningún momento dudé de tomar la pelea. Mi respuesta de inmediato fue sí, y nada más fue cuestión de afinar detalles y bueno, aquí estamos.
No doubt whatsoever. I mean, you think about a guy that's, again, tough fighter fighting for the top 3 that's fight for the title. My opportunity to actually be in the top 5. I think it was just a matter of working out a couple of the kinks, but I had no doubt. My answer was yes right away.
What do you think about Brian as an opponent, the skills that he brings? Obviously, great grappling, durable on the feet as well. What do you think about him as a fighter?
Y en términos de lo que piensas de Brian Ortega como tu oponente, o sea, una persona que sabemos muy bien, que pelea muy bien en el suelo, sabemos que tiene manos y que puede intercambiar contigo en pie, o sea, de una manera general, como oponente, ¿cómo lo ves?
I think Brian is the good fighter. Is the so much experience in UFC, no? It's the guy stay in the ranks for so long time. I think it's the difference is I'm so explosive for the fight, no? I think Brian is the good jiu-jitsu, good boxing, but I good jiu-jitsu, good box too. I hope it's the great fight for Saturday night. Yeah, I'm waiting.
No translation needed.
Just breaking out the English on International Fight Week.
Yeah, I improved my English. I'm in practice. I promise for the guys that my last time in UFC 300 is the 300. Sorry, in UFC 300 is my English is better, but I think it's better. I don't know.
That's awesome. Last thing for me, I'll ask. I mean, it's been a fast ride, but you beat number 3 in the world, former title challenger. Do you start talking about title shots?
O sea, camino rápido, ahora ganas del número 3, ya estás ahí arriba, si ganas, ya hablas de pelear por el título.
Pues yo creo que no se trata solo de ganar la pelea, sino ganar de una manera contundente, ¿no? Si yo gano la pelea de una manera contundente, yo creo que definitivamente mi nombre va a estar sonando fuerte para pelear por el título.
I think it's not just about winning the fight, but also winning in a sound manner. I think if I win it in a dominant fashion, I think not only people they're going to be considering me for my name is going to be out there to be considered for the title.
Diego, when I spoke to Brian the other day, he said this is the first time he fought someone that might try to be offensive with their jiu-jitsu against him, and that's unfamiliar to him. In preparing for that, do you think that's going to make him really uncomfortable in the fight if you're attacking with your jiu-jitsu?
Cuando hablé con Brian esos días, dijo que por la primera vez creo que voy a estar peleando contra un tipo que me va a atacar con el jiu-jitsu y creo que es algo nuevo para mí. ¿Crees que hay una oportunidad de causar una falta, o sea, hacerlo incómodo en esta pelea porque vas con jiu-jitsu ofensivo?
Sí, yo creo que definitivamente, algo que yo he mostrado es que mi jiu-jitsu pues es bastante ofensivo, ¿no? Dependiendo de la posición que yo esté, ya esté por abajo o por arriba, mi jiu-jitsu es bastante ofensivo, entonces yo creo que eso es lo que trae a todos los peleadores pues esa duda, ¿no? Entonces yo creo que no por nada Brian pues está como, digamos, preocupado o simplemente está con esta precaución de hacer jiu-jitsu conmigo, ¿no? Definitivamente nosotros tenemos las armas necesarias uno al otro pues para neutralizar nuestro jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, I think that I've shown this in my fights, that the fact that I'm always offensive with my jiu-jitsu. I think that not only if I'm in top position, but also if I'm on my back, I think that element surprised right there. I think for that reason, he may be worried. I'm not even that, just, cautious. And I think that's what we've been able to train for and present a weapon in the arsenal for any type of position that we can always be a threat in with our jiu-jitsu.
Diego, right here. Going off of that, in a straight-up jiu-jitsu match, who do you think has the better jiu-jitsu?
Bueno, después de eso, hablamos de jiu-jitsu. Si es jiu-jitsu contra jiu-jitsu, si ustedes están acá y solo jiu-jitsu, ¿quién gana?
Pues no sé, la verdad no sé qué tanto Brian ha competido a lo más alto nivel de jiu-jitsu, ¿no? Antes de UFC, pero yo tengo desde los 5 años competido pues todas las competencias de jiu-jitsu regionales, nacionales, mundiales en Brasil, ADCC, entonces yo creo que si hablamos de puro jiu-jitsu, puedo creer que pues leva un poco más de ventaja.
Well, I don't know how much Brian has actually competed at high level jiu-jitsu only. I mean, I've been doing this since 5 years old. Talk about regional competitions, national, international competitions when I was back in Brazil. So I think that if we're going to go straight up jiu-jitsu, I think I would be the one.
And historically, when we get two fighters that are high-level grapplers, it kind of turns into a striking match because they kind of cancel each other out on the ground. So how would you guys compare your boxing to his?
Y históricamente, cuando vemos dos peleadores que están buenos de grappling, o sea, que sabemos que el fuerte de ellos en el suelo, lo que vemos es que intercambian y se vuelve tal vez una pelea de boxeo. ¿Cuánto fuerte ves tu boxeo y tus intercambios en ese momento?
Sí, no, hemos visto varias veces cuando son dos peleadores que tienen pues buena lucha o buen jiu-jitsu, pues se neutralizan en el piso y pues la pelea se vuelve una pelea pues de strike, ¿no? Y pues Brian es un peleador que aguanta bastante, es un peleador que tiene buena quijada, pero pues yo también he demostrado que tengo bastante poder de knockout en mis manos, ¿no? Entonces yo creo que es una pelea que podemos terminar tanto por knockout o por sumisión.
Yeah, I've seen this a lot. I mean, even if two fighters are coming in both with the wrestling or both with jiu-jitsu, we see them neutralize each other and it turns out into a striking match. I think Brian is a tough fighter. I think he's got a chin on him. And I do trust my boxing. So in this case, I think, as it turns out, this fight could end up in a knockout or a submission.
And I know you've been calling for that Mavzar fight, but when they came to you with Brian, was this almost like best case scenario? Like now you have the opportunity to leapfrog him in the rankings and kind of force him to rematch you.
Y sé que has hablado un montón de pelear de una vez más contra Mozart, pero de esta vez viene con el nombre Brian en esa oportunidad. O sea, tal vez se ha volvido en el escenario el mejor posible porque ahora tienes la oportunidad de simplemente saltar por hacia arriba de Mozart.
Sí, o sea, tengo una gran oportunidad de saltar por arriba del Mobosai, pues seguramente ganando a Ortega el sábado, pues voy a tener un puesto pues arriba de él y seguramente ya va a estar mencionando mi nombre, ¿no? Porque estuvo corriendo pues durante mucho tiempo, nunca me contestaba cuando le pedía para pelear y siempre pues ponía excusas, ¿no? Pero bueno, ahora se va a voltear la moneda.
I think, yeah, as it turns out, I mean, I have the opportunity to leapfrog Mofsar, as you mentioned, and end up fighting for the title. I think that pretty soon, with the win against Ortega, I think he's going to be talking about my name because at the end of the day, I was always calling for him. He wasn't answering. He was always just coming up with an excuse, and I think there's going to be a little reversal roles there, and he's going to be calling for me pretty soon.
And last one for me. Can I get your thoughts on the main event between Yuri and Alex?
Y la última pregunta de él, pensamientos generales, ¿qué piensas que va a pasar en la pelea principal entre Poatan y Jiri?
Pues yo creo que Poatan pues consigue un knockout más.
I think that Poatan is going to get one more knockout.
Diego over here. Sure. I know you're here on another big stage from 300 now to 303, but there's been a lot of fans that have been wanting to see you on this upcoming Sphere card. So is that something you're willing to do, doing a relatively quick turnaround for UFC 306?
Bueno, ya te hemos visto en el 300, ya ahora te vamos a ver en el 303 y muchos aficionados te quieren ver en la esfera. O sea, ¿crees que es posible después de eso? ¿Estás listo para eso?
Sí, definitivamente. Yo creo que soy un peleador que me gusta estar siempre activo, ¿no? Entonces, pelear en la esfera sería exactamente 2 meses y medio más. Básicamente es suficiente para mí.
I think yes. I think I'm a fighter that's always active. I think fighting in the Sphere, it's like about 2 months, 2.5 months. So I think it'll be enough for me.
And anyone that's been watching knows that you've been part of The Ultimate Fighter, season 32 at Team Grasso. So how was that experience for you, and did that change anything in your mindset?
Y todos que están viendo eso por la tele ahora saben que has sido parte del equipo en The Ultimate Fighter, en el TUF 332, con el equipo de Alexa. ¿Cómo ha sido esa experiencia para ti?
Ha sido una experiencia muy buena, pues compartir esos momentos con mi equipo, ¿no? Yo creo que nuestro equipo ha hecho las cosas muy bien en los últimos años y hemos tenido la oportunidad de que Alexa fuera la entrenadora de TUF, entonces venimos todo el equipo pues para ayudarla, ¿no? Y para mí, en lo personal, fue una experiencia muy buena pues trabajar con otros peleadores de toda parte del mundo.
I think it's been a great experience to actually share that with the team. I think we've been doing great things as a team, and I think that when we were really happy to actually have Alexa join this opportunity. I think for me, on a personal side, it's been great to help and been able to be around fighters from all over the world.
Y una rápida en español de mí. Entre todas las personas que se han vuelto fanáticos tuyos, muchos son de Latinoamérica. Y obviamente uno sabe que Brian Ortega también tiene sus fanáticos de Latinoamérica. Entonces, ¿tú quién crees, cuál de los dos crees que va a tener el mayor apoyo entre los fanáticos de Latinoamérica este sábado?
Because of all the things that you've done, you have had so much support from Latin America. A lot of your fan base comes from there, from all over. We also know that Brian Ortega represents Latin America, and I think that one against the other right now, which one do you think is going to have most Latino support?
No, pues yo creo que tanto Ortega como yo tenemos bastantes seguidores pues en Latinoamérica y México principalmente, ¿no? Que es donde Ortega tiene ascendencia y pues donde yo vivo. Entonces, definitivamente el público y el pueblo mexicano pues va a estar volteado a ver esa pelea, ¿no? Yo tengo bastantes seguidores, ellos también, pues tienen la gente que le apoya, yo tengo la gente que me apoya. Por lo que yo he visto en redes sociales, pues mucha gente está conmigo, pero bueno, así espero que sea en los días de la pelea también.
I think I have a lot of followers. I think he has followers too. You know that I train and live in Mexico. That is his background, so he has a lot of followers there. I think that people are going to be supporting. Again, I have my followers. He has his followers. From what I've seen in social media, I think people have been a lot on my side, as I see. But I think both fighters are going to have a lot of support.
Diego over here. Diego. Diego, UFC 300, you were one of the most well-received fighters. For someone fighting in America, don't speak a lot of English. What do you think it is about you that connects with the fan base? Is it the style? Is it your hair? What do you think it is?
Bueno, para el 300 ya fuiste uno de los peleadores que tuvo la mejor recepción de la gente. ¿Qué crees que hay ahí? O sea, un peleador de afuera del país, un peleador cuyo idioma nativo no es el inglés. ¿Es la actitud del pelo? ¿Qué?
Pues yo creo que es el conjunto de todo, ¿no? Pero yo creo que el principal es es que soy muy natural, soy yo mismo, o sea, trato de no forzar otras cosas, simplemente trato de ser yo mismo, ¿no? Y así ha sido, yo mismo en el sentido de que busco siempre interagir con ellos de la mejor manera posible, no por nada estoy tratando de mejorar mi inglés pues para tener mejor comunicación con ellos, y definitivamente yo creo que pela es algo que ha llamado la atención a todos.
I think it's a sum of a lot of things. I think I've been very natural. I think I've been myself, and by being myself, I mean I don't try to force things or anything. I try to be a person that I'm not. And I think that I've always tried to get closer to fans as well. That's one of the reasons I'm improving my English, so I can actually communicate with the fan base. But I think also the hair plays a part in it as well.
Thank you.
Diego, just over here. Ortega spent some time away. He was, out for about 2 years, and then he came back, got the finish over Yair. What did you think of his last performance?
Ortega pasó unos 2 años ahí sin pelear y ahí volvió finalmente, en Ciudad de México contra Yair. Tuvo la finalización, o sea, ¿cómo ves esa última pelea de él y cómo está?
Sí, la pelea, de hecho la vi en vivo, yo ahí estaba, y justo cuando acabó la pelea yo mandé un mensaje a mi hermano y dije, mira, a mí me gustaría pelear con cualquier uno de los dos, o sea, ya sea Ortega o Yair, a mí me gustaría, porque uno, por el estilo de pelea que tiene Ortega, no es un peleador que le gusta ir adelante, le gusta ir siempre buscando la finalización, y es el tipo de pelea que me gusta, yo creo que es lo que la gente busca también, ¿no? Ve una pelea. Y sí, la verdad se vio muy bien como regresó, demostrando pues el gran corazón que tiene, ¿no? Al principio del primer round pues lo perdió, estaba dañado, pero pudo dar la vuelta por encima, ¿no? Sabemos que Ortega es de esos peleadores que sabe reestructurar una pelea.
Yeah, in fact, I was actually at the fight, saw it with my own eyes, and actually, when the fight was over, I spoke to my manager right away, and I said, "Listen, I'm down to fight either or." I think first because Ortega is the type of fighter that I like to fight, somebody that's always aggressive, somebody who's always looking for the finish, always looking to go he goes for the fight, and that's the type of fight that I like to do. And second, because you see, this is a guy that lost the first round. That was injured, and that was able to turn things around and actually get a win out of that situation. So he's somebody who restructures himself and reinvents himself during a fight.
And what kind of preparation have you been able to do in such a short amount of time?
¿Qué clase de preparación has podido poner ahí en ejecución en tan poco tiempo para esa pelea?
Sí, realmente no tuvimos tiempo para prepararnos, ¿no? Pero yo soy un peleador que al menos todos los días tengo que hacer mi entrenamiento de Jiu-Jitsu, entonces yo estaba con mi entrenamiento de Jiu-Jitsu al día, cuando nos avisaron de la pelea, la semana que tuvimos pues para relativamente prepararnos fue lo que nos llevó como que elevar más que se pudiera a nuestro cardiovascular pues para ver dónde estábamos, ¿no? Y así pues tener un mejor resultado en la pelea.
I think that as far as the training, I've always been able to actually remain active and always training jiu-jitsu every day. So that's something that didn't stop. So we always ready to go for that fight. One of the things that happened when the fight got announced is that I really tried to assess my cardio and just make sure that I was ready for this fight. That's what the team was working on, and ensure that I was to be ready for a fight like his.
And you mentioned about Ortega's ability to turn things around during the fight. Is that something that you're going to be expecting?
Y has mencionado la manera como él se reinventa, reestructura peleas y da una remontada durante la pelea cuando está perdiendo. ¿Eso esperas de Brian Ortega?
Sí, definitivamente puede pasar eso, ¿no? Que Brian Ortega pues resurge de las cenizas, ¿no? Como suele pasar, pero yo creo que la diferencia para esta pelea es que yo soy un peleador que sé definir la pelea, ¿no? En el momento que yo sienta que Ortega está pues dañado, está herido, pues yo voy por él y buscar finalizar la pelea.
I think, yes, there's a possibility of Brian Ortega always rising from the ashes and, coming for the fight. But the difference is I actually am a fighter that always goes for the finish and doesn't miss opportunity. So I think that if I see that he's damaged, that he is in a tough position, I'm going to go there and try to finish that fight.
And you mentioned, of course, about trying to get your name up there in terms of talks of a title. If Max does challenge Ilya for the title next, how do you see that playing out?
Y has mencionado que esa pelea te puede catapultar, que tu nombre esté ahí para pelear por el título. Si Max pone un desafío ante Ilya, ¿Cómo ves?
No, pues si se da la pelea con Max contra Ilya, pues yo no quiero sentarme a esperar nada. Yo voy a platicar con ese que me ponga, pues hay que ser dispuesto a pelear.
Listen, if it does happen and Max actually challenges Ilya, I'm not one to be sitting on it and just not doing anything. I'm going to talk to the UFC and see what I can fight.
In terms of the actual fight itself, how does he see the fight between Max and Ilya going down?
Y en términos de la pelea, una pelea entre Max y Ilya, ¿cómo la ves?
Pues es una pelea bastante interesante, ¿no? Sabemos que Ilya pues, está joven, es un peleador que va para adelante, tiene bastante poder de nocaute, pero bueno, Max ha demostrado ser la mejor quijada de UFC, ¿no? Nunca ha sido noqueado, nunca ha tomado knockdown. Bueno, no sé si la pelea contra Josh Gate le contaron el knockdown, pero yo creo que Max tiene bastante experiencia, ¿no? Bastante experiencia de pelear con todo tipo de peleador, ¿no? Hemos visto Max tener un poco de dificultad con alguien que es un poquito más bajo que él, como pasó con las peleas con Volkanovski, pero también hemos visto Ilya tener un poco de dificultad con peleadores que son un poco más largos cuando en esta pelea que tomó un knockdown, ¿no? Entonces es una pelea bastante interesante. Yo me inclino un poquito al lado de Max.
I think it's a very interesting fight. We're talking about two fighters that have, Ilya comes in with the youth, young fighter, knows what he's doing, very aggressive as well, and then Max. I think he's a fighter have seen it all, very experienced fighter, and if you think about it, he has not. He's always a fighter that have never been knocked out. I'm not sure if they counted that against Gagey, but he's a guy that's always posed a threat. I think that Max has faced a bit of a challenge with fighters that have been shorter than him, just like he has. You see it with Volkanovski. At the same time, Ilya perhaps facing a challenge with fighters that have a longer reach. So I think that will still be a very interesting fight. But I do lean towards Max on that one.
Thank you.
It's obviously a very impressive victory for you last time out. I guess just how important was it to get a result like that? Maybe, just to prove that you're doing things the right way.
Yeah, it was super important to me just because I had such a long layoff for a while. Wasn't really sure if I was going to come back for a minute. So, yeah, I mean, as you saw after the fight, I was just super just real high with emotions. It just felt good to be back exactly where I belong.
So during that time, did you think, like, I might never fight again?
There was a point in time a year ago where I was talking to my coach, Coach Safe, and I was like, I don't know, Coach, I just don't know if this is in the cards for me anymore. I had that moment, and I know a lot of professional athletes, fighters go through those trials and tribulations. It's real, the feelings are real, and he just kind of laughed when I was really serious about it. And I'm like, man, like how could my coach, someone that my mentor, someone I look up to, just kind of laugh in my face about it? He's like, no. He's like, you're far from done. So, yeah, I mean, he's right.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So far from done and a quick turnaround, right? I guess, did you push for this, or whose idea was this for you to turn around?
Actually, so after the fight, I booked a flight home to New Orleans to visit family. And Monday, my wife and I were on the flight, and my coach called me as we were taking off. And he's like, hey, I have some really big news. And he told me, and I was like, man, I don't know how I'm going to enjoy this vacation, but just coming off that big win, I was like, let's do it. Like, I've had this layoff. I was borderline about coming back, and my headspace, my mental, everything has grown so much. I was like, let's just do it. I'm excited. Like, this is the biggest opportunity of my life, and, I'm just very grateful, and it must mean that, Dana and Mick, they believe in me. So, and I want to show that. I want to prove it.
That's awesome. How challenging is it at 35, though, right? Was it maybe good that you had to know, like, just stay in shape and stay at that weight, or how challenging is it?
Well, I mean, honestly, the last year and a half, I mean, I know I was going through a bit of stuff right there and then, but in the midst of not knowing what was going to be next for me, I just stayed consistent. And I just showed up to every practice. I stayed on my nutrition and really honed in on like the mental part of everything, which is really what I needed work on. And so honestly, to be honest with you, it was relatively easy. I mean, my weight stayed really low the entire time, and it's exactly where I want to be. Like, I want to be able to, bounce back within a few months and fight, because I love doing this, and getting rid of that little, mitigating what was going on in that time with, quick turnaround, this or that. I mean, I've been honing my skills, and I've never stopped for the last year and a half.
That's awesome. You said it, big opportunity here, right? Big card, somebody coming off a title fight.
Right.
What are your thoughts on the matchup itself?
I think it's an awesome matchup. I think Bueno Silva poses a lot of threats. I mean, she's an amazing fighter, and she's had an awesome run up until the title shot. But I know I can hang with these girls. Like I said, it's all mental for me. I have the capability and the ability to go in there and take out anyone in front of me, and it's just connecting the mind and the body.
Nice. Last thing for me. Have you considered what could potentially come next? Because there's not a lot of names in front of hers in the rankings, and she's coming off a title shot. I mean, do you start injecting yourself in those conversations with a victory here?
Yeah, oh, for sure. I mean, there's a lot that I've talked to, Mick about, and, there's a lot of potential, along the lines for a title situation. But I'm trying not to get ahead of myself, because the number one thing that I've really been focused on is just being in the moment and not thinking about results. And that was my mindset going into my last fight. That's my mindset going into this fight. Sure, I know that what outcomes are there for me, after a win or whatnot. But I'm not focused on that. I'm focused on Bueno Silva.
Macy, over here. You mentioned that Mayra, she was on that run up until the title fight. So what did you make of her fight against Rocky?
I mean, just like I've been watching in all of her fights. I mean, her first few rounds are really like exhilarating. I mean, she's kind of crazy, and she puts a pace, and she goes exactly for what she's looking for. But I really kind of saw what I think is a lot to do with her mindset. I don't think she has the right mindset right now. I think she's kind of a mess. And it showed in the 4th and 5th round of the fight. Like, you're in a title fight and you're laying on your back. I've heard some stuff that she like ruptured an eardrum. It's understandable. Like, injuries, I mean, you have to mitigate and do what you can in a fight. But I think title fight, you have to really, like, you got to bring the heat. Like, people are watching, you're given this opportunity, this huge opportunity, and you got to fight through whatever is going on in there.
It just seems from the outside looking in, a lot of her submissions are when she gets pressed against the fence, like
Yep.
she's a reactive submission grappler. Is it that like cut and dry, like don't push her up against the fence, or do you kind of see other holes that maybe we're not seeing?
Yeah, no, she's very clinch heavy, and she kind of just like will let you put her right where you want, like on the cage, and she's very savvy with submissions. You know, I've seen her drop to knee bars against the cage. She's got that ninja choke that I've been working, I've been working diligently. Like this entire camp has been a lot of grappling, like so much grappling. I mean, I've been having a nice ice my knees every day, multiple times a day. I'm working with one of the best grappling guys around, All-American wrestler, Kyle Crutchmer. I've been working with him for over a year now. So, and I've advanced a lot in that area. So I know exactly what she's gonna do, and I just gotta mitigate it.
Are you surprised that Mayra's fighting before Rocky? Like she's come back from that fight before Rocky's defended her title?
No, not really. I mean, I'm not really sure what they're trying to shake up right now. They're trying to make some moves. Kayla Harrison is in the division now, so there's a lot of ruckus going on, which I think is awesome. You just don't know what to expect from the 35 division right now.
Now, last one for me. Can I just get your thoughts on the main event between Yuri and Alex?
The main event is badass. It's almost like Connor would have been awesome to be on the card, and Michael Chandler, but I just feel like this card has been like shuffled and rearranged in such ways that I think it's going to be insane. The main event, I'm a really big fan of Jiri, and then obviously Alex, and I think that he's gonna get a knockout again. He's a specimen.
Macy, over here. What do you make of the fact that Mayra's fought as low as 125, you fought at 45, and you're going to have a height and reach advantage in this fight? How much of an asset will that be in the matchup?
It's a huge asset, my reach advantage and height. She's going to be reaching for clinch, and I have a 72.5-inch reach, and she's got, I think, 66. So if I don't use my reach, I might as well just throw it in the bag. But yeah, my attributes are going to be a huge part of this fight.
You talked about her sort of mental state and talking about, in the title fight and everything, and you've gone through a lot. You sort of alluded to, some of the health issues you've had over the years. You've really battled a lot outside the cage, even just getting to the fight. How much, again, for you, just going through all that is an advantage in this fight just from the mental standpoint?
Well, the trials and tribulations that I've gone through in my life, and I think most fighters, that is an asset for me. I use that, I use that to my advantage, and I use it knowing that I've been through some really tough shit, right? It's like fighting is fun for me. It's easy, right? So yeah, I think, and it showed in my last fight. Everything bottled up, but being able to feel like that and use that as an asset, but also being calm in the storm is like a really big part of it. So I think it's almost going to be a battle of like the mental between Bueno Silva and I.
Do you want to see Julianna Pena and Raquel Pennington next? Is that the fight you think does make sense? Or with Kayla coming into the division, would you rather see her get the opportunity?
I really want to see Kayla fight Norma Dumont. I think that would be an awesome matchup. They're both very bigger physical women. And I really want to see how Kayla does against someone with that kind of caliber and power and physicality to him. And then, yeah, I wouldn't mind, Julianna Pena versus Raquel.
And just last one for me, do you look at a fight with Kayla down the line? And again, just with the fact that Kayla also fought in a bigger weight class, she's making the move down to 135. Is that a fight you kind of eyeing in the future with you and Kayla?
Of course. When she made her UFC debut, I was talking to my coach this is a possibility, So I don't know what they're going to do matchup-wise after, but, they're stirring some shit up. But yeah, it's possible.
Macy over here, just want to piggyback on that one. What did you think of Kayla Harrison at 135? Because that was obviously one of the big questions. How would she do in this lower weight class?
To be honest with you, I thought it was extremely impressive that she made 135. She's a big girl, and she's been competing at a bigger size for a long time. But she's also professional, and she works with my nutritionist, Eric Pena, as well. And he's an awesome person, and someone of that caliber that has, acquired an Olympic gold medal, PFL titles and all that stuff. There was doubt that she was going to be able to sustain 35, but she's a professional, and she's been doing this since she was young. So, yeah, it just shows of her caliber. But My question is you know, is she going to be able to sustain it? I mean, that's a large. She's got a lot of muscle. It's a large cut for her, you know. So we'll see. It just time will tell. I mean, she made such a great performance when she got into the UFC that, you know, she might be in a position to where she can maybe have a little bit of time in between fights, you know.
There's sometimes this talk about, you know, someone making a statement that would entice an Amanda Nunes to come back. Do you feel like that should be the carrot that people are chasing, or do you feel like that's maybe unfair? Like, hey, let's just do our thing. It's a new chapter now.
I mean, I don't want to say unfair, you know. I definitely don't think that Amanda's completely done. I think she wanted to take a step back to see what the 35 division could do, you know, since she was such a dominant title holder. So, I mean, it seems like she's probably most likely going to come back.
Thank you.
Got one back here.
Yeah.
Macy, you've talked about where you're at mentally now.
Yeah.
What do you attribute to getting to that place and having the mental strength that you have now?
Yeah, so when you get to a place of, I want to consider last year for me, almost rock bottom, is like, where do you go from there, right? And so I've been studying continuously a lot of the code of ethics and the way of the warrior and the samurai and Bushido, and that has really, you know, just doing the right thing all the time without any thought of the future or the past, and being in the present moment always. And that has really, it's done like leaps and bounds for me. And, you know, not thinking of myself as someone but no one, and just being here, being now. And that's really helped my mental in the last year. I've been really studying a lot of like Zen and Buddhism and stuff like that, and it's helped me with fighting and life in general.
And to piggyback on that, how has it helped you with the everyday ups and downs of practice? Because we know it can go from a high to a low very quickly in the training room.
Well, yeah, training always goes high and low, right? And it's just having a feeling it, and then just not letting it consume you, right? Because I got to be able to do the next thing. I can't stay so consumed by this one feeling to where now I can't do the next. It's the same with fighting. Like if I get upset because I got hit in this one position, I got to keep moving forward. There's no time to dwell. You have to just keep going.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Even when I went back and listened to the other ones, wasn't that bad. Okay. It was just loud. And then
Marc-Andre was super. Yeah, Marc-Andre was super loud.
When it started.
Yeah. And then I had to dial it back because Dolidze was super quiet.
Yeah.
And that was carryover. Yeah. So now it should be smooth sailing.
Oh, it's on the stream.
Media day vibes.
Yeah, right.
Is on down to my Junkie stream? No, you're not on there. Is this live as well? Is this live? I don't think so. Okay.
No, I think it just goes to their archive.
That's how you were seeing Pereira career. That's how you were seeing. But did it right about the bucket back? I can't see it. That's how you were seeing.
I meant to ask you, did you watch the Demon Slayer, that Hashira arc on Netflix? It's like 6 or 7 episodes. It was dope, but it's just like a little quick arc.
I haven't watched Demon Slayer since season 4. I haven't watched it since season 9.
Just waiting on Jose. You sure?
Yeah, yeah.
All right. Good? All right. Well, MVP, here you go. 2 fights in, International Fight Week, massive platform, man. How is this UFC thing going for you so far?
Yeah, you know what? I'm absolutely loving it, man. I have to say, first and foremost, the team here, all the backroom staff, unbelievable. You know, feel so welcomed here. It feels like I've been here many years already. You know, and I think a lot of people have been anticipating it, but it feels nice now that I'm here. So yeah, no, I'm enjoying the journey so far.
I love it. Solid debut. I know that maybe you felt like you could have done a little bit more, or what have you. But I guess what were the biggest surprises or lessons that you took out that maybe you weren't expecting, even as a veteran like you are?
No real surprises. Again, I like to put, peg things just on myself. There was just certain moments during that fight I could have pressed a little bit more. I could have landed a little bit more, and potentially take him out of the fight. But he's one tough guy, man. Seriously, some of the stuff I hit him with, I was looking in his eyes like, oh damn, you're still here. All right, cool. Let's keep going. But yeah, he's a tough guy. But I'm usually quite hard on myself anyway. But yeah, definitely, it's still a great first fight.
Second fight now, top level opponent, Ian. Kind of a younger guy, right? Up and coming, right? How much of his career had you followed up to this point, given that you guys were in different organizations?
None, to be honest. I'm a very lazy person when it comes to watching the fights. I'm a bit of a casual when it comes to the UFC and just other organizations. A lot of times I hear it when I get to the gym. Someone's like, "Oh, have you seen this guy and that guy?" And if there's enough talk, then I'll go back and watch. But outside of the main names, I'm a bit lazy with that. So I haven't watched loads. I've seen clips of him before, but it's weird. In all honesty, it's weird to me because this type of a fight, had it been outside the UFC, most people would have been like, you're fighting a can. Most people would have been like, oh yeah, why are you fighting this guy? And would have had so many different things to say. And it's the exact same fight in the UFC. And everyone's opinions have changed now. Like, you're fighting top level guys and this and that. And I remember at one point, I had a lot of people saying, I wouldn't be able to contend in the top 10. Now I'm fighting someone that's ranked 7th. And a lot of people are like, yeah, you're going to kick his ass. I'm like, it changes so drastically. But yeah, for me, it's just another fight. This is what I enjoy the most, and then fight day, I just try to be me, try to be as entertaining as possible, try to get the knockout, have a holiday.
Your whole career, we've had to ask opponents, like, how'd you get ready for MVP, man? He's so unique, right? How much do you have to get ready for other people? Like, how much do you change your approach, your game plan, your training specific to what the other guy presents?
I have to get ready to be better than myself the last time. I have to get ready to just be a better athlete, a better all-round mixed martial artist than previous. For me, that's the main focus every single time. Yes, I have to make certain adjustments and changes for an opponent, but I think I've used this example before. If I'm, those driving games, you race around the racetrack and the second time it's a ghost of your last score and you're trying to beat yourself. That's how I feel. I'm in there just trying to be better than myself.
Last thing for me, you talk about how quickly things change, right? Weren't in the UFC, could never contend. You go here, you're 2-0, you've beaten a top-ranked guy. Do you start calling shots? I mean, do you start saying, this is what I deserve next, give this to me?
Nah, that's just not my personality. Yes, I'm gonna push for certain things. I'm gonna ask for certain things. I'm gonna, try and fight my case, fight my corner. But I don't need to be demanding. I think my performances speak for itself. And then the fans, they're not thereafter as well. You guys thereafter as well will then, be the added pressure that people, the right people need to make those decisions. So yeah.
Michael, you said if this was outside the UFC, people would say, oh, you're fighting a can. Is that based on Ian Garry, or is that based on the standards and expectations people put on you?
Good question. I think it's standards and expectations put on myself, but also just how warped people's views are of reality. And I've been saying for many, many years, I spar a lot of UFC guys. I already know that I'm at that level. Like I didn't come here to prove it to anybody else. It's a great cherry on top, but I wasn't coming here to prove to everybody else. I already knew I could do that. But what I'm saying is, like, for example, the likes of, let's say, Ross Houston. I remember when getting that fight, the negative pushback that I got from it, but they came from the same place. They did pretty much the same things. The difference is one went to Bellator, and one went to UFC. And there's a different, I understand the magnitude of UFC and the branding and stuff, so I get that, but I feel like people sometimes are fooled by just the branding and not the fighters themselves, and are not actually analyzing fighters and fights themselves.
It feels like whenever Ian fights, more of the conversation is about him as a person and his personality rather than his skills.
Yeah.
Do you have to try hard not to get wrapped up in that yourself, right? And like look at this as a contest in a fight rather than like, oh, this guy annoys people a lot?
Well, I like to just be objective, and I'll go based on how I feel. He is annoying. He is annoying. Does it change me, or does it mean that I have to adjust myself? No, I don't. I never like anybody else, their energy affecting my energy. So I can be objective and state my opinion, but I'm always going to carry myself the way I deem correct. So yeah, and like I said, I think he's an annoying character. That's the character he wants to go with. I think he enjoys being a bit of the villain. So yeah, but good on him. It's gotten him this far. I just think it's fake, like a PBL.
Do you just said that you don't like people's energy affecting your energy. Do you think that mindset helps you when you go into like the press conference on Thursday and he inevitably talks some shit, that you're able to just brush it off?
Yeah, 100%. 100%. I think just as a man, forget even being a martial artist, as a man, you need to be able to hold your stance confidently without being triggered by emotions, being triggered by things around you. And as a martial artist, I think it's even more important. We should be trained in that. And I've been raised in martial arts since 3. So, yeah, that for me, that's always going to be my stance. Yes, even if I do something, believe it's intentional. I don't do anything without thought process in what I want to do.
If you were here. Is it almost a trip that, like, it took you this long to get into the UFC, but Ian Garry made his just pro MMA debut the same night you fought Paul Daly. So he's still just relatively new to this sport in general.
Yeah, he's new and he's done really, really well, and you've seen it with so many people. You know, quick rises. I think a lot of the times with quick rises you get quick falls as well. I've been in this a long time, a lot of experience, and gradually, slowly built my way up to where I am now, and I'm still growing. So, yeah, I have nothing against either or, just from experience and from what I've seen. I'd prefer to do what I've done now, and I think everything's timed and positioned this way for a reason.
He's declared himself as this new generation of strikers in MMA. I'm curious, like, when you actually break down his striking, is it relatively new, or is it just kind of same old thing you've seen in MMA?
Did he say what it's based on?
He just said, in one of his post-fight, like in the octagon after one of his wins, he's like, I'm the new generation of striker here in the UFC.
Yeah, I don't see what it's based on. Let's say if he gave a bit of an example as to why, because from what I see, he's a competent striker. He's got good distance control. He understands, you know, when and where to throw his punches, his kicks. But it's not anything that is new. I'd say I'm new in terms of I can find many replicas of Ian Garry. Try and find replicas of myself. You may find one, and it won't be exact. So that can't be a new wave of anything.
He's also been training at Shooter Boxing down in Brazil, which is widely known as they're in these wild like brawls like Vanderlei and Shogun back in the day, Charles Oliveira now. But like you said, he kind of controls distance a lot. So are you expecting kind of a new Ian Garry, or is it at this point in his career like he is who he is no matter where he kind of trains?
Yeah, I think he is who he is. And yeah, I think his style is his style. There's going to be certain things that he's really good at that he, regardless of what, I always say, I train for figuring out people's best abilities, not worst abilities. So I'm not expecting any change. I'm expecting what you are good at. I'm expecting to see that multiple times during the fight. If I have something in preparation for what you're good at, I'm likely to see that more than if I'm like, oh yeah, that last fight, his hand was down, so I can probably catch him out there. He does a camp. The camp, you know, his coaches are good. They fix that. I get in there and I'm like, oh shit, like I don't, that opportunity is not there. So, but there's aspects that he's going to be good at, regardless of any new information. He's going to resort back to that. When I pile pressure on him, he will throw those best things out. If he's piling pressure on me, he will throw those best things out. He will always go back to what he's good at.
Can I get your thoughts on the main event between Yuri and Alex?
It's a great replacement fight. Both, I've actually sparred with Yuri before, like ages ago. Awkward guy, long, big puncher, you know, just fires from crazy angles. And then obviously we've seen the devastating power that Pereira has. It just makes for a great fight. Considering the fight we lost was so big, I think UFC done an exceptional job putting something like this on in such a short space of time. So yeah, I look forward to it, and I'm actually happy that I'm on the beginning of the card, because last time I was still doing media and like trying to look at the screen to see the main event. So this time I get to finish the media stuff, sit down, and actually enjoy the fight.
And last one for me, they just announced one of your former foes, Mike Perry, is going to fight Jake Paul. What do you think of that matchup in boxing?
You know what? I actually have to, for the first time, I think, rate Jake Paul for the decision, because it's a tough fight. I've been in there with him myself, very different, but he's just a hard person to kill, and he's a person that will keep coming forward. So I think depending on how many rounds there are, it's a tough fight for Jake Paul, and we know Jake Paul has power, but I think his power is in the first 3 rounds. After that, if he doesn't get Perry out, which I don't believe he will within the first 3, he'll probably lose that fight.
And just piggybacking off predictions, we do have the title fight in your division coming up later this month between Leon Edwards and Bilal Muhammad. How do you see that fight playing out?
I think both fighters are slow-paced fighters, and it suits them slow-paced. But I think it suits Bilal more because of his grappling ability, because it gives him time and space to think about exactly when he's going to line up the shots and so on and so forth. But people underestimate Leon's wrestling ability, as we've seen him with Usman, taking Usman down for one, defending takedowns with, him, Colby, so on and so forth. So once that side has been figured out and there's more rounds left, I think Leon's striking ability will start to play a massive role in that fight as it goes on. I actually can see it still going decision. I just think the more effective strikes are going to come from Leon as the fight goes on versus from Bilal, who will probably get a little bit more tired from the lactic. And obviously he's gotten better in his striking, but that's not his thing. So it's a great fight, but I would edge it just towards Leon.
What have you made of Ian Garry overall in the UFC? Not outside the cage, but just strictly inside the cage, his performances, his wins. What have you made of his run so far?
Very confident young man who's doing really well, has massive belief in himself, and just made one bad decision in accepting the fight with me.
You call him the fake Conor McGregor. What's sort of behind that?
Obviously, you can see how much he's been inspired by Conor McGregor, and I get it. Many fighters away from Ireland have been massively inspired by Conor McGregor. He was there to, when he first started, to see someone like Conor McGregor blow up on the scene and be the, the giant, figure that he is in MMA now. So I understand the inspiration, but trying to do exactly what he does is what I call fake, because your personality may not actually be like that, which is why people are not necessarily resonating with you. Whereas with Conor, you're trying to play the exact same role. With Conor, people love Conor. People like these massive fan base. With you, people hate you. And I think it's because we can all feel when something is not real, when it's not authentic. And I feel it's not authentic with Garry. Therefore, he's fake Conor McGregor, the BBL version.
And then also, kind of piggybacking off that, a lot of fans you mentioned don't like Ian Garry. Have you found that you've had a lot of support, maybe from people you wouldn't normally get, just because they want to see Garry lose? Have you saw any of that on social media or anything?
Yeah, 100%. Those people I don't care for. They're fans that will chop and change based on likes and dislikes. True MMA fans will pick somebody that they like for whatever reason, and regardless of their ups and downs in their career, I am a fan of you. And I think that is when you are a true supporter of someone, it's not based on success. It's based on, certain deeper meanings that you get from that person, deeper inspirations that you get from that person, from watching that person. That is when you're a true fan of somebody.
We saw Michael Chandler come over from Bellator into the UFC and get a title shot. Do you feel like with a finish here, or even just a win, that you could potentially get a title shot here, just because Garry hasn't lost in the octagon?
Yeah, I definitely think a win puts me in the position where I'm in title shot reach, and that's where I want to be, because in my eyes, I still need one more fight to shore it up. But when you're in that top 5, it only takes one injury, it only takes something that's happened that person doesn't, is unable to make the fight, and you're sat there in top 5. Yeah, I want you next, and the noise that I know I can make and can continue making. I likely, if I position myself like that, I'm likely the person that they're going to want to choose for a title fight.
And just last one for me, what do you make of Shavkat Rakhmonov in your division? He's another guy that's sort of hovering around that title spot. A lot of fighters, some fighters want to fight him, some don't. What do you sort of make of his skill set?
He's tough, man. You can tell he's tough. I can see he's got a tight squeeze on him. He gets hit a lot, which is, I think, can only last so long, but for right now, he's in that place where he's tough enough to kind of do that. Great style of fighting, great all-rounded grappling and so on and so forth. And I think that would be a great fight as well.
Mike.
Hey, Mike. I know you've got more important things to focus on at the moment, but have you been following England at all in the Euros?
Oh yeah, no, of course. We've got to support England no matter how annoying they are. Yeah, and I've been saying this as well. I genuinely believe the team that we have, the group of youngsters that we have on England are exceptional. The manager, unfortunately, Gareth, is not good enough to take that team to where we need them to win. They have the ability to do so, but then you got a guy that's playing people out of position, bringing people. For me, that didn't really make any sense. You've got Harry Kane that's not really doing much, and he's just guaranteed to get football time on the pitch. He spends more time defending than actually attacking, and yet you bring some of the younger guys that come on, and you see that there's way more balls that are like getting crossed into the box because people are driving towards defenders, which pushes that defense back. It just feels like we try to score a goal and then we become almost like the Mourinho effect. We just try to park the bus, and it's embarrassing, honestly speaking, with the type of speed that we have in that team, talent that we have in that team. It is embarrassing. And yeah, something needs to change, or yeah, I just think we're just going to be saying it's coming home and then being disappointed every single time. So
I was about to ask, is it coming home?
Sorry?
I was about to ask, is it coming home?
I'm never going to say that statement positively, because honestly speaking, I think that's our jinx, man. Let's get rid of that saying right now. let's get rid of that saying, and hopefully we get better results.
And from one showboater to another, have you seen much of Benjamin Whittaker, the boxer?
Yes.
Yeah. How do you rate his
showboating? I was actually there for his first fight, major fight with Sky. Great, man. He's so entertaining. I think watching his last fight, the issue that he's going to have is he needs a little bit more power, finishing power, which is not there. Entertaining, yes. Some of his head movement, yes, beautiful. He dips in the wrong place sometimes, which can get him caught out. I think sometimes if you spend a bit too much time just focusing on the showboating, especially when I think he's doing it for the wrong reason. When you get that crowd reaction, he's like, oh, I'm going to do some more of this. But when he's, as he goes up in competition, it's going to get harder to do, and you're going to keep trying to chase that. That's not going to win you the fights, So he needs to he's got some beautiful, his hands are amazing. So just sometimes slip one, slip another, land shots. Don't slip, because eventually you can't win fights just on defense only. So, but yeah, exceptional fighter.
You see, he got headbutted in that last fight. Just
disgusting. Yeah. No, absolutely. Obviously, the guy, was frustrated. He's being himself, taking a mickey. But I'm sorry, but me personally, he headbutted the guy and elbowed the guy. I personally just wouldn't have you fighting on a show again. Yeah. If you can't manage your emotions, I wouldn't have you fighting on any show.
Thanks, Mike.
No problem.
MVP, how difficult of a choice was it to pass up on Manchester and fight at UFC 303?
It was not difficult. I don't care where I fight. I feel like it made more sense to just be in Manchester, Irish guy, British guy, home soil, as well as it would have given me that little bit of extra time, because I had literally just come back off holiday, did some training and stuff. I was in Dubai, working over there, some of the guys, but in general, I kind of just been off, just relaxing my body. So I thought it just made the most sense. And I had been told already previously that it was going to be more likely Manchester. But does it bother me? No, because I'm not going anywhere. This is not my last fight. So the UK will come. It will happen, and I'm probably at a better time. Like I said, I'm hoping when it's me versus Leon Edwards and it's for a belt. I want to bring that. That's when it's coming home. Yeah.
And then finally, how nice is it seeing these kickboxers, professional kickboxers, come over to MMA? Obviously, Alex Pereira is the one that's the golden goose right now. But do you foresee more and more coming over?
100%. I'm starting to see more and more just youngsters coming through, and with the kickboxing style, and in all honesty, I think regardless of anything else, and biasly speaking a little bit, but regardless of anything else, people come to our shows to watch a knockout, and you don't get that from a grappling match. I'm not against it. I love jiu-jitsu. I love wrestling. It's an important part of the game. I just, people, we know what people want to see, and I think the youngsters are also becoming aware of that and understanding that those are the kind of things that shoots you up the ladder a lot quicker. So, yeah, definitely seeing more and more, and it's exciting.
Michael, right here. When you spoke to Farah Hanoun a couple of weeks ago, you said you think this could be a 2-minute fight. And Ian said in response to that, he doesn't think you're going to be able to hit him and stuff. Is there any world in your mind where this is even competitive, or do you think whichever way it goes, it's going to be pretty fast and furious?
No, I was only messing about. What it is, all I know is I don't know why he doesn't think he's going to get hit, because he gets hit a lot in many of his fights. So it's not. I can say that because the majority of my fights, I very rarely get hit clean. So it makes more sense that I say that. Do I think it's going to be a quick fight? Not necessarily. Is it a competitive fight? Yes. I think everybody at this level, I personally, in my mind, say they are the best in the world. Regardless of the fun that I like to have, they are the best in the world. I'm going to be dealing with the best kickboxer in front of me, and this is what motivates me to be that much better. So yeah, 100%. I take him seriously. I like to play around, have jokes, but I do take him seriously. I do respect his talents. I just think I'm better than him.
Just over here. Ian was asked when you were making your debut, how he thought you were going to do against Kevin Holland, and he kind of wrote you off and didn't think you were going to win your debut. Why do you think he wrote you off? Do you think he saw you as a threat to the division?
I think everybody sees me as a threat to the division. I think, I feel like I've done exceptionally well in my career by way of making noise. There's so many guys, even when I've come here and I've bumped into fighters, like well-established fighters, they're like, man, I've been watching you for years. Like, I've never known that. But I obviously make a lot of noise. So, second I'm over here, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to try and push that to one side as much as possible and hope that it's somebody else's problem and that somebody else deals with me. And he was hoping that Kevin Holland dealt with me so he doesn't have to hear my name again. And, he keeps climbing and moving forward away from having to deal with this headache, this Rubik's Cube of a fighter. It's long. So I just think, it was a bit of an avoidant move. And he's still trying to play that card, which is stupid because he's fighting me. But, I just think it's more hope that someone else has to deal with me.
And he said previously in another interview that he thinks you're going to play it safe and cautious. What do you think about that statement, and how are you going to be approaching this fight?
I fight with my hands down. How is that safe and cautious? That's just not safe and cautious. Like my whole life, everyone's like, please, man, put your hands up, man, please. Like that. I fight with my hands down. Like, nothing about what I do is safe and cautious. Like, it's just not a thing.
And of course, you've always had, like themes coming into the fight. You've done like the Pokemon, and even in your debut, you danced to the octagon. Have you got anything planned for this weekend?
BBL Garry. BBL Garry. Ooh, ooh. Just hear the man. Come on, man. I'm giving it to you guys. I put it out early. Theme, right? I want you guys to sing as I'm walking in. That's why I dropped it earlier, Yeah, that's the theme this time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
What's up? What's up?
Andre, is it weird to be back on this side of the interview now, and did touchy subjects like not get their credential denied, or what happened there?
Yeah, I tried to show up as a reporter, and they kicked me out, but they told me I could get in a fist fight Saturday, so I guess that works.
I guess that'll work. Frustrating time last time out, right? You were in such a great place mentally, peace and all that, and then you have a result like that. Was it hard to keep that headspace afterwards?
No, I mean, it would have been a lot cooler if Danny Gay didn't fucking hit me like that, but I love Dan. He's a great guy, and that's just the game we play. Like that's what we do, you know. That's the risk you run. And I actually felt like for as long as that fight lasted, I felt great. The first combination came out and landed, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna have a good night. And the next thing, I was in the medical room, like, oh, I didn't have a good night. Like that's the game we play, you know. And I think the point I'm at in my career, in my life now, you don't get as high with the highs and as low with the lows anymore. You know, you realize that it's as cliche as it sounds, the journey is as important as the destination, right? The goal is still important. I want to win every fight. I want to make all the money. I want to be a household name. I want to be the biggest star that I can be. I want to take over the whole world. That's why we do this. But also, there's something to be said for staying positive and remembering how great your life is, regardless of the outcome of the last fight. Like, I'm surrounded by people who love me. I got a beautiful home. I got a better life than I probably could have dreamed of as a kid. So that's got to count for something, you know. So yeah, the last fight didn't go the way I wanted. The good thing is in MMA, people have very short memories. So when I win my fight Saturday, that's all that people will think about when they talk about me.
I love it, man. Well said. Matchup comes together. Cub Swanson is the name they give you. I mean, a legend of the game, right?
Yeah.
What was the thought when that was the name put out there?
Immediate yes. I didn't ask my coaches. I didn't talk to anybody. I got a text that said, do you want to fight Cub Swanson June 29th? I said, yes, I do. Like, instantly texted back because Cub is a legend and he's got a big name in the sport, and I think that our styles make a very exciting fight, and I can't wait to show everybody.
I was just going to ask you, that was my initial thought when this was matched up. I was like, this is going to be one hell of a crazy fight. Can you allow yourself mentally to go in that way and be like, yeah, this is probably going to be a crazy fight, when you want to go throw one punch and be done and call it a night, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the only way you can fight Cub. I don't think you can really go in and fight Cub and go, oh, it's going to be nice and calm and peaceful. We're going to have a chess match, and we're going to... It's like, dude, have you ever watched that guy fight? He's a fucking psychopath. It's the only way if you got to fight fire with fire, and that gets me excited. It gets me excited to go in there and bite down on the mouthpiece and talk a little shit and throw my hands up and get back to that type of fight where you just go get in a fist fight. Yeah.
I love it. Last thing for me, you said big name here. This would be a big win for you. What's the goals right now? You put this one in. Is it fight frequently? Is it about fighting certain names, fighting certain styles? Like, what's the goal?
The goal is always to fight frequently. I want to make as much money as possible. I want to provide for myself and the people around me. I want to leave a legacy. Of course, I want to fight. I'll fight every 3 months if I can. Honestly, I'm in such good shape, and I love doing this. Like, there's nowhere else I'd rather be. My birthday was yesterday, and they were telling me, you know, oh, you got to spend your birthday cut and wait, you're doing this or doing that. Like, there's legitimately nowhere else I'd rather be. I love this. I love this shit. So I want to fight all the time. But as far as a name or the next fight, like, I'm fighting Cub Swanson in like 3 days, man. That's my only. I'm fighting Cub Swanson at the T-Mobile Arena, June 29th. That's my only focus. Win my fight June 29th. You know, once I do that, we can talk about other opponents or whatever, but beating Cub is my only focus.
Andre, over here.
Sir, what's up, my boy? Looking sharp. How are you?
Appreciate you. You know, I'm better. Was Cub Swanson a name that you knew you would have to fight at some point? And, you know, he's kind of near the end of his career. Were you hoping that you would get that shot before, you know, he decided to hang it up?
It wasn't like a personal thing, like I want to fight Cub. I got to beat up Cub Swanson. I got nothing but respect for Cub. But he is a name that's been on the radar, you know, and that just comes from the fact the guy's been doing this for 2 decades, and he's been close to the top of the sport for 2 decades. He's never been far out of the top 15, really, you know, since I was in high school. So, which is fucked up that I was in high school like almost 2 decades ago. That didn't feel good to say right now, I'm realizing. But he's a perennial guy to watch in the sport. So yeah, I had a feeling we might fight at some point. I wasn't gunning for him, but when the opportunity presented itself, I took it immediately just because, I mean, it's going to be fun.
You know, I have to ask, what are we reading?
Dude, I just got, I've been big on that DC. I was never a digital reader, and now I got an iPad, and I've turned into like an iPad kid. I'm like glued to my iPad because I got the DC Infinite. So shout out to them. That app is great. I just got done reading a bunch of old stuff. I'm reading Dennis O'Neill's Question, which I love. I really love. Really cool. Very 80s. Like, I'm digging it a lot. And I just read randomly that 12-issue Warren Ellis is like, it's called Global Frequency. You ever read that? So cool. Each issue is just like I just like one of those things you pick up. You're like, I'll check it out. I'll read it a little bit, and then before you know it, it's been 12 issues. You're like, damn it, I want more of that.
That's a rat. It never did it again.
I'm becoming I've always kind of been an Ellis guy, but I'm becoming a bigger Ellis guy. Like, he just doesn't really disappoint me very much. He really comes through a lot. Like, I'll read something from him randomly, and I just find myself enjoying it all the time.
He got a little weird in modern times, but
really,
it's great. Yeah,
I'm reading stuff from like 2002. So like, yeah,
perfect time.
Yeah. Now, those are the kind of questions I want, people. Talk about comic books.
Andre, over here. Obviously, another big stage for your international.
Is this a comic book question?
No.
I'm out of here. I'm just kidding, brother.
Awesome. Obviously, big stage for you once again at the T-Mobile. We all know there's a bit of a card shuffle. So, is there a part of you that's like, man, it would have been cool to perform in front of the maybe casual eyes that come with a Conor audience, or is it just still a big platform for you and go out there and make a statement?
Oh no, I mean it's cool to fight on a Conor card, man. I got a lot of respect for Conor. Like the way I grew up, the gym I grew up in, Alpha Male, you know, Faber's always said a high tide raises all ships. So when you see someone do the things that Conor does, like, I know there's a lot of people who are like jealous or envious or talk shit. Like, I'm not that guy. I'm not a jealous guy. So if Conor's doing big things and I get to be on a card with him, that's huge for me, right? But I also think that the fights that got replaced are incredible fights. Like that Diego Lopes fight is going to be sick. The main event, Yuri and Poatan, is going to be sick. So it's not like the card fell apart. The card is arguably better, you know? Like, we got two incredible fights. So for me, man, I'm just, in the most respectful way possible, I don't give a fuck about anyone but myself. Like, I'm here to put on the best show that I can put on, and it could be at the Apex, and it could be at T-Mobile. It could be in front of 10 people. It could be in front of 10,000 people. It doesn't matter. I'm here to put on a show. I'm here to enjoy the moment, and I'm here to make sure that people talk about my fight at the end of Saturday night.
Well, I know you just said you only care about yourself, but you also mentioned those great replacement fights. So I wanted to ask, how do you see those two, main and co-main, going?
I don't know, man. I'm just, by the time those guys fight, I'll be eating pizza and chicken tenders and hopefully some tacos. I will have had a performance of the night bonus, and I'll be watching those fights the same way you guys are. Actually, maybe even easier for me because you guys still have a job to do, but my job will be done. I'll be watching those fights like a fan. So I don't know how those fights go, but I'm a big fan of Diego Lopes as a fighter. There's another kid on the card, Peyton Talbot, a big fan of him. There's some young, exciting guys on the card, and it's cool to see. Yeah, I'm excited to share the card with these guys.
Last one from me. Last time I spoke to you was in December 296. I asked you about some of your favorite things outside of the cage, and you gave me an interesting response.
Yeah.
Has that list changed since?
No, the list is still the same, bro. We can go back through it if you want, but Big Booty Latinas is still right at the top of the list. The best part about that, I've said a lot of things. I try to be articulate. I try to express myself in a way that resonates with people and be genuine and true to myself. And by far, the most viral thing I've ever said is talking about butts. So I don't know what the fuck the lesson is there, but thanks for the alley-oop, I guess. Thanks, dude.
I mean, how was it? I mean, seeing all these people that may not be as big combat fans, get into you and start following your page.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that unites us all, right? Every red-blooded adult male here can agree. Like, whether we like fighting or comic books or whatever, we like big butts, just big Latin butts. And in this time of turmoil, I think it's good to have something that unites us all.
Andre,
Yeah.
Did you hit up Dan after that extra shot he gave you?
Yeah, I said, thanks a lot, you dickhead. You didn't need to hit me like that. So I will say this, my grandma, my aunties, everybody messaged me, why did he hit you a second time? And I had to explain to them. I actually the worst part is that Dan's such a nice fucking guy. After he hits you like that, you got to then defend him. Because my family was like, why did he hit you a second time? And I had to explain to my family, like, that's his job, right? Like, what if he hits me and doesn't follow up and maybe I come back or the ref, and shout out to Jason Herzog, one of the best refs, maybe the best ref in the whole business, gave me every chance, That's what we do. Like, that's his job. Until the ref steps in, it's his job to make sure that he wins the fight. And it'd have been a lot cooler if he didn't hit me with that second shot, but that's his job, and I would have had to do the same thing to him, and that's the game we play. So, I talked a little shit to him, and I still do constantly. I actually was just training with him. I was training in the same room as him, and he was training with Cody No Love, and I was with another group, another partner, and he said, hey, like, anything I can do to help, let me know. And I said, you know what you can do to help? Stay the fuck away from me. You can help me from 10 feet away on the other side of the room. Don't keep your hands off me. That's how you can help me. But no, Dan's a great dude, and I got nothing but love for him.
And what's the best movie you've seen so far this year?
The best movie I've seen so far this year? Oh, dude, don't put me on the spot. It's not a new movie, but I watched Brigsby Bear finally. I love that movie. And I know there's something I'm forgetting that I know as soon as we get off, I get done, it's going to come to me, and I can't think of the movies we watched recently, but throw some at me. I know there's one I'm missing we just watched. What's your favorite movie this year?
Are you watching Dune Part 2, probably?
Dune was incredible. Dune was great. There's one more that I can't remember that I know is like right there that I really enjoyed.
Are you watching television as well? Like Boys? The Boys are...
television so far has been Invincible. It's been incredible. They did Fallout. Was so good. I love Fallout 3 might be my favorite game ever. Some people are going to say Fallout New Vegas. Shut up. The loading screens are abysmal. Fallout 3 is better. But that Fallout show is the best video game adaptation I think ever. So yeah.
Thanks, bro.
Thank you.
Andre, right here.
Yeah, brother.
So Andre, do you prefer when comic book movies stay really tight to the source material, or do you like that creative license from the director?
I don't mind. I mean, good and bad with both. What I like is when the director and the people making the movie actually love the source material. Whether they stray or they stay really true to it, I think both can be done well. I think when you watch something like Invincible or you watch like those like the middle of the generation MCU movies where it's got like perfect, they really like found their stride. Like you look at Guardians of the Galaxy or Invincible or something like that, you can tell that the people who made it love the stuff they're making the movie about. And then you see some comic book adaptations that are just kind of phoned in. You see the director, like, he read like the 2 most popular comics about the subject and was like, all right, I got it, let's run it. And so I think whether you're making movies or you're writing or you're a journalist or you're a fighter, I think that you have to have a genuine love for what you're doing. And if you don't, it'll show. You can't fake the funk in anything. It'll shine through. People, when you fake it, people will see, and the results will speak for themselves. So I think, to me, the most important thing is when you're doing something creative, when you have a creative endeavor, it has to actually resonate with you first, and then the product will match that.
Do you think there's one comic book movie that translated from the page to the screen the best, like most faithfully?
Fuck, that's a whole nother interview. We're gonna get in so much trouble if you start me down this road. So I'm not gonna go too deep into it, but I will say I did really like what they did with the last Batman. Pattinson really they just took like the detective angle, which I think has been severely lacking. Also, like the fight scenes were done really well. It just felt Gotham-y, It felt like Gotham. It felt like you were there. It was dark. It was serious, but it didn't take itself so serious that it got like corny. Like I just thought they did a really good job. So that's my example. I think they did a really good job of being unique and staying true to source material in that last Batman. Robert Pattinson has done like the best I've ever seen at not being typecast. Like he just did like 3 or 4 things where he was just like, no, I'm not the vampire from Twilight. I'm some crazy preacher in Devil All the Time. And then he did that movie Good Time, which is like anxiety inducing. And then he did this Batman, and it's like, shout out to that guy. I really want to make movies. If anybody's watching this, like, put me in the movies.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Yuri. The title shot that you were wanting came a little quicker, I guess, than expected. So what's the feeling like for you a few days out right now of this opportunity?
I feel great. Prepared. Short notice, so there was a short preparation, but very good quality, great quality. So I'm happy for that.
Ever any hesitation, right? Because this is the fight you wanted, and the opportunity is massive, but you know these opportunities don't come a whole lot, right? So was there any hesitation at all in taking this?
The message come, and I said yes. So for me, the chance is here. Why not? Let's go for that, I believe.
When you review the first fight, obviously you did have moments of success in there. How satisfied overall are you with your performance? Obviously the result wasn't what you wanted, but how successful do you think you were in implementing what you wanted to do in that fight?
From which fight?
From the original fight with Alex.
From first fight with Alex.
Right.
I have to say, no matter the result, but I saw that fight many times, and I will not change not change anything. And I wanna do the same right now, this Saturday. I wanna do the same, but much better. Be more precise in the details. Watch the calf kicks. Yeah, just a little bit. And win, just win.
What do you think makes him dangerous as a fighter? Is it just some God-given power that he has? Is it technique? Is it strategy? What do you think makes him so successful?
To be honest, his focus. That's all. That's it. The focus is everything. The focus is everything, and he know how to use that in a fight. And I know it too. So right now, for this Saturday, I realize what is necessary for a win in this fight, and I'm going to show that.
Very nice. Last thing for me, what would this victory mean for you? The opportunity to get this win, the title, the revenge, what would it all mean for you?
The opportunity to fight him again, to show that my style is, or I am better fighter.
Yuri, over here. Taking this fight on short notice, was this best case scenario because now you don't have to do months and weeks of media and interviews, and you can kind of just focus on making weight and showing up on Saturday?
Like I said, I just jumped to the final stage of preparation, and sometimes it's for me the best what I can do, because if you believe in yourself and you are the yes man, so take the chance, go there and show what's your best. That's all.
And on the MMA Hour, you said that you kind of alluded to Alex using, spiritual advisors and shamans and stuff from his village. I think people were a little confused by what you meant. Can you explain what you meant by what you believe Alex uses these shamans and spirits and stuff?
One more time.
On the MMA Hour with Ariel, you were talking about Alex using shamans and spiritual. Can you kind of explain that?
Now I understand. Thank you. Yes, everybody knows that, and he's doing these rituals before the fight. Everybody can feel that, what's around him and what's going on. So, and I think Alex can't fight without that. So, and that's something what he's using normally in a fighting. And let's see. This is right now. This is my challenge to him. If we can fight in a clear way in this case, to be not without some another things, some whatever, but let the higher power be there in the cage to see who's the best in the world, in the performance, in the pure performance. That's all.
Is that something you'll ask him to do, to face you without doing all of that to see who's the best?
Yeah.
Yuri, over here. How much different is this camp, not only with the short notice, but I know in your first fight with Alex, you didn't have the best camp. How different have things been this time around?
How
different?
How different?
Has this camp been?
Yeah. Lots of different. Like normally, I have like 2 months long camp, or almost two months, and this time was 1 week. so I put everything into 1 week, into 1.5 week, and I'm prepared.
Not looking past Saturday night, but do you believe Magomed Ankalaev will fight the winner of this fight?
Who fought before?
He fought Johnny Walker.
He fought Johnny. Okay. He fought Johnny Walker, and I don't know. So let the UFC will say that who's the best for him right now. But he, how many wins or how many fights he won right now? Like his streak.
He's been unbeaten in his last few fights. The first Johnny Walker fight was a no contest.
I don't care about that. So let's UFC decide about that.
And just last question for me. We saw you at the Czechia hockey game. Did you watch the Stanley Cup Finals this week?
If I watch the football?
Ice hockey.
Stanley Cup. Okay. Because right now is football. Yeah. And I'm very glad we won. I was there on the final competition, final fight, and it was a great feeling. Yeah, it was a great feeling to see our Czech team to win the world championship. That was amazing.
Yuri, over here to your left.
Yep.
How do you describe a week where you went from possibly looking for your next fight to being ready to fight for the title? What that week looked like?
Which week? This week?
Last week when you were
last
preparing.
week of preparation. A good hell. Yeah, good hell, because you need to maximize your body abilities, your strength, dynamic, endurance, stamina, and focus for technique, the eyes in a sparring, and it's a lot of things for 1 week. But when you have good time management, to know how to schedule your training, and it's like masterpiece. And I'm very glad that me and my team, we scheduled that really, really good. And right now it's time for the details, to enjoy the training, recover, and go to show the best.
You mentioned it. Normally you have 2 months to prepare for a fight, so there's a lot of repetitions, a lot of rounds for you to start to build that confidence and feel like you're at your best. How do you do that in 7 days?
Like I said, with all the humble, you have to just believe. You have to believe, or better, you have to know that you are the one, you are ready to show your best right here, right now, because these chances will not come if you are not ready, yeah? Because every time when the life asks you, the life expects that you are ready. It's just about your courage and belief.
Jiri right here, in the middle. Jiri, do you think that the short notice actually makes both of you more dangerous because there is less time to think about the strategy and you're maybe more going out there to do what comes natural?
Yeah, that's right. That's right, and especially when we fought, yeah, in like few months back. So we know each other from fight, but how I see that, like in a fighting, I'm another person. He little changed himself, his style, his vibe. I see him, and I'm really looking forward for this Saturday.
One of the things that the fans love about you and they're very fascinated is, some things you practice, go to the cave in the dark by yourself and all of these intense things. Was this always something that you pursued, or did something change in your life where you felt you wanted to test yourself that way? You wanted to do something of a different path to pursue those things to better yourself spiritually?
Yeah, if you understand that that you have the main thing for your work is your body, your mind, your spirit. You have to sharp it, sharp the mind, sharp the body, sharp the spirit. And when you want to do that and be the best, okay, how like the most sharper you can be in all of these aspects. Just show me that. If you are ready for that, the way will open.
Thank you.
Yuri, just a quick one from me to your right here. You mentioned the football there just a second ago. I don't think you got to see because you're on stage with us right now, but you guys just scored an equalizer. So I guess what do you make of that?
Football?
Yeah, Suchek just scored for you guys.
Man, I don't watch that right now. But right now is my mind just focused for fight, and I wish them all the best. But I don't watch that right now.
In terms of the country representation, how big would it be for not only you to get a win, but also Czech Republic to go far in the Euros? Because I know obviously the country is supporting you and their team at the Euros.
So what's the question?
How big would it be for you and Czech Republic if you go out there and get a big win on Saturday and they go far in the Euros?
I don't know how them, but for me is it's a big thing. Yeah. So I believe for victory.
Thank you.
Jirko, tady. 2 weeks ago in Prague, Czech Republic, soccer stadium, Octagon 58, sold out crowd, 28,000 people. First time they hear you might fight. How special was it for you to hear all those people and you know that whole country is staying behind you?
How special was
that moment? You hear those 28,000 people in the arena.
Yeah, it was a great night. It was a great night, and it was a pleasure to meet a lot of like MMA fans in Czech Republic, and I'm glad that the MMA community is still growing.
Is this something that helped you with the decision? That you know that all the country is behind you?
No. That time when I was there, that was the time when I already answered for this chance to fight here.
Go ahead, that's it.
Yuri, right here. If you win this fight, you know a lot of Alex's fans are probably going to make excuses for him, saying he was in Australia, about the toes. Do you feel like if you win this and get that belt back, you need to do a trilogy fight right after with the third, with a full camp, just to silence any questions?
Everybody wants the trilogy, yeah. For me, it doesn't matter. For me, right now I'm not thinking about the trilogy, about who will be the next opponent, whatever. Right now, I'm here for the belt. Not the belt. I'm here for a win this fight, to show my best. I'm faster, I'm endurable, to master all the aspects in the fight. That's all. That's all.
Do you think, and probably a better question for afterward, but do you think this title win will be more satisfying to you than the win over Glover?
Every win is for me the most important. Yeah, win here and now. Don't judge this was more important and this win was more important. No, to win the battle is what is here and now before you is the most important. That's all.
Percentage is a little rough today.
Still all-star level. Baseball not bad, but
You wave like feathers around.
You just gotta go into the octagon with some sage before the main event.
I think we should petition the commission for like a new testing site. Because having like, because like if one of them is more gaudy than the other one, then that's bullshit. I mean, that will determine what religion is that. It is an easy way to determine which god is superior. They fought wars over that. They fought wars over that. We could have said Alex Yuri fights that. Him being like, there's no bait. We all know what he's doing.
You guys know what I'm talking about.
I want to say, I know what he's talking about. When he first said it on air, so I thought he was joking around.
I can't wait for the look on Alex's face when you ask him.
What, little bitch?
Shaman bless you.
Now, if Alex comes out here and goes like, I'm using all the magic I have, like, that 7 years will probably pull out.
I bet he's gonna go all in on it.
I come out like Diego Sanchez.
I love how we refer to religious ceremonies as magic, by the way. I love it.
Is he wrong?
doing the main event. Yeah. As the president of the MMA RA, it's got to be responsible. Yeah, but yesterday we asked Alex about the spells and he started muttering things under his breath and showing. How do you feel about that?
Video evidence that spiritual meaning was of.
Gary just loses his like you fucking piece of shit. Oh, if you think so tough, you fucking cheese. Fuck you.
Brian, after all the layoffs and the struggles and all those things that you've had over the years, how exciting is an opportunity like this to be able to step up on short notice, be able to turn around so quickly and get back to work?
It feels good, man. It's something that I'm not used to. It's been fight, surgery, recover, get healthy, get cleared, take a fight, go back in there, and it's just been a cycle over years. So this is, it's like new again.
Yeah. That last performance, obviously incredible win there. How big was that one for you as well, to not just get the result, but have the performance as well and know that I'm still that guy?
It was good. It was something that I feel like in my career and in my personal life, there was a lot of redemption that I had to get done. And I feel like it was just a perfect outcome.
Absolutely. Now you get this opportunity. You faced, obviously, the absolute best in the world. Diego's kind of new to the organization, but looks dangerous. How do you think his skills stack up to the talent that you have faced?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, there's just the facts. I faced who's who in their prime, at the best of their peak. It's good to know that I have that, but it's also, it's also good to respect Diego for who he is and what he brings to the table, and for the fact that he's willing to come up and challenge me or step in on 2 weeks' notice and fight. I remember when I was there, and I know that because of the mentality and the heart that it takes. So I'm not looking at it as anything less than the people I faced. If anything, every single fight that I have is the most important fight of my career.
Nice. What do you feel like the stakes of this fight are, right? Because it doesn't seem like it's necessarily clear. The title picture is kind of clogged up, but you're right there at the top. So how do you view the stakes of this matchup?
For me, not much, like crazy stakes, right? That's why people were like, why'd you take this fight? For him, obviously, it puts him in perfect title contention. But, yeah, that's kind of the stakes there.
Nice. And last thing for me, when this fight was announced, I think everybody as a fan just kind of stepped back and like, oh my God, that's going to be a hell of a fight. Do you feel like this is going to be a hell of a fight, or do you feel like this is one where you can go out and dominate and maybe show that, hey, you're not ready for this level yet?
This is one that's going to test where I'm at, This is going to be like, okay, you got these hungry lions coming up and wanting to take your spot. They're almost there. You've been in here for a while. Are you able to hold down your situation and your position? And granted, like I said, it's on 2 weeks' notice. So there's a lot of factors in there, but still, the fact that I'm still down to take these fights on short notice, that's a dope part.
Brian, over here. I asked Diego this question when he was in here about if straight-up jiu-jitsu match, how do you think you'd fare against him?
I think I could be able to submit him in a straight jiu-jitsu match.
No surprise, he felt the opposite. He said he's been doing this since 5. He didn't know if you do any competitive jiu-jitsu or anything like that. So when you do watch his grappling, is it different than what you've seen in MMA? Because I think in a previous interview you said it's a lot more attacking grappling rather than just being defensive.
Would I say it again?
In his mind, he obviously thinks he would get the better of you because he didn't know how much competitive jiu-jitsu you had been doing, and he had been doing it since he was 5.
Oh, okay.
In terms of his actual grappling, is it any different than what you've seen from any of your MMA opponents or anything in the UFC?
Yeah, he's someone who's always attacking. When you have him on the ground, from what I've seen, is he gets straight to work. He doesn't play around there. He moves a lot. He's very active. He's always submission hunting, and like a competitor would.
Ryan, you told me the other day that you're planning to donate right here 100,000 of your purse, and I know you put some comments on the Instagram posts and stuff. Is there anything you want to clarify about your motivation for doing that? I know you posted a little video as well.
Yeah, I feel like the internet's always gonna have something to say, right? So that is what it is. A lot of people are saying, "Oh no, man, you fell for the biggest scam and this and that, whatever it is," and that couldn't be further from the case, man. My marbles are all still up here. I'm still I got no CTE, no nothing, relax. And if you experienced and you saw what I saw, you saw all these men, you saw the ability to change and help them. And me being in a situation where I can, that's what I'm gonna do. This has nothing to do with getting scammed. It has nothing to do with this. This is my heart, man. I got a big heart. You've seen it in all my fights. You've seen it with war, but you guys haven't seen it with humanity. That's what this is. This is helping a lot of men who are lost in this world help find peace, joy, tranquility, and purpose. That's what this is about.
And you told me as well that this fight kind of interrupted the plan to move up to lightweight. I don't know how much you were bulking up or whatever, but now we're about 48 hours from weigh-ins. How are you feeling going into that, having reverted back to featherweight?
Like I did back in the day. Back in the day I would just be big for no reason. Just ate a lot. And then now I'm big because I'm working out. So both have their thing. I just have to shrink down again to 45. This time in now 2 days. So it's going to be not so pleasant, but it's going to be done.
Do you think it's the last time you'll have to make this weight?
No, I'm going to have to make featherweight again. I just hope not on 2 weeks' notice.
Brian, right here. I wanted to follow up on that faith thing for you, having that new sense of purpose and being able to be saved again. Why do you feel like now was the time to really open up on that?
Because if you look at a lot of things now, like if you really open up your eyes, a lot of things are happening. A lot of bad things are being too normal now. You know, it used to be not so normal, not so common. And now everything is like bad is the new good. And I'm here to pop that bubble and say that's not true.
I'm curious from your perspective, being in the spotlight for so long, everyone always talks about that pressure and understanding that journey of what you've just gone through, going into faith and being saved again. Do you feel like there's an added pressure now because you have this connotation behind you?
What do you mean added pressure?
In terms of being a Christian and the stereotypes that come with that, an added pressure of, okay, now I have this image even more to live up to.
Oh, no, not at all, man. At the end of the day, something I want to leave behind is to be tough and to be good. Right? That's it. I want to be tough and I want to be good, and that's something I can leave behind. A good leader, and I inspire to become one day in, day in and day out. I inspire to become a better leader. I have 2 boys back at home that are looking up to me, and it is my responsibility to step it up. And I have to fight myself every single day to better myself. And that's what I'm going to do.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Hey, Brian, right here. Brian, last time you fought at the T-Mobile, you had probably one of the better walkouts of several years with the Purge walkout. I haven't heard you talk much about it. Can you just talk about that concept and the way it came together on the broadcast? Because a lot of fans really loved it.
Oh, man. That walkout was... You want the story behind the walkout?
Absolutely, all of it.
Brian, BC. So at that time, I was living in an apartment. I had left the house and everything when I separated. And there's this neighbor upstairs who just, every hour, it was like 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning. I'm like, dude, you guys go to sleep? Like, what's going on? Like, come on now. Like, I got a fight I got to train for. I got a world title. Like, what are you guys doing? And then something, I was watching, I forgot what, I think it was like some reels or something, and the Purge song came on, right? And I started fantasizing, not the best thing, but like if the Purge was real, like the first thing I'm doing is I'm going upstairs. Like, cause I'm not a snitch, right? And I'm not a complainer, but dude, I even hit up the landlord. I was like, yo, like, can you tell him to be quiet, please? Like, I know they snitched on me before because I've been playing with my kids a little too rough. Like, I was running around one time and I was like, I'm gonna kill you. And then they're like, the kids were screaming, they're about to call the cops because they thought I was gonna kill my kids. Oh. Yeah, to me, it wasn't that crazy, right? That's how we play around. But I never said nothing. And finally I said, hey man, like, you know, these guys or whoever's up there, I don't want to be rude, but come on now. Like, it feels like they're dragging something across the floor all night. Like, if you need help, let me know. And after I complained, I swear it kept happening. Even like they doubled down on it. So that was just in my head, like, dude, like, if the Purge was real, I'd go upstairs and just handle business. And I don't know why, I would stay up all night, and I'm like, dude, the Purge, that song, I found a remix to it, and I was like, if I had the mask, what mask would I wear? Like, if I was to commit these crimes, you know, like, how would I approach their house? And that was the concept. Just be all hoodied up with a lighted mask, and then I was like, dude, what if I walked out to this? Wouldn't that be dope? It has not, I can't, there's No logos on this. The mask costs $5. Cheapest walkout ever. And the soundtrack was dope. And I'd mess with all of you guys in the crowd. You know, like imagine they shut everything down. Or at least the song I originally had was a little more scary. It felt like a little more real. So I was hoping to like make everyone in the crowd kind of get scared a bit. Like, yeah, hold up, like what's going on? Did they really allow this? Or what's going on? Why is the UFC doing this? But the UFC wouldn't go along with my plan. They had to make it to where it's like, hey, like, it has to be known it's a walkout. Can't have people panicking. Said, I got you. And that was the theme and the idea behind that. And I called my managers and everyone and told them my idea. And they're like, okay, let's go for it. And then now it's in one of the best walkouts ever when it's being a conversation of topic. So it worked out.
Did the coaches all know that story, like ahead of time, or did
Yeah,
you just tell them, hey, we're doing the purge?
No, yeah, I told them I want to kill my neighbors at that time. At that time, yeah.
Thank you, man.
Brian, up front. Over here.
Yeah.
Hey, brother. Is there going to be any second guessing when Bruce Buffer's calling your name this fight and you're going?
I'm not jumping up, dude.
There'll be
I'm not jumping up. I'm taping my ankles just because. And I'm going to make sure I don't twist my ankles because that one was scary.
And then if I can maybe get one more story out of you, there was you were on a podcast back in the day and you were talking with Brendan Schaub about this, but I feel like you didn't get enough opportunity to speak about it. Was there almost a fight between Shia LaBeouf and you and Brendan?
No comment. And no, there was no fight between us. We were on set. We were filming the movie. And just things got a little, not out of hand, but just it was what it was. But yeah, Shia ended up on the table. Someone slammed him on the table, and he hit one of the actors in the face with a prop gun, and it was a little scuffle, but it was nothing crazy, nothing big.
And then is the BMF title out there? Is that something you might have your eyes on one day?
I don't know. That's something that I haven't even paid no thought to. I think it was more like a higher weight class thing, but then they moved to 55, and then Max did what he did with Gaethje, and it was just wow. It was BMF. They can't take that from him. That's a scary dude, especially in the end, the way he did things. I'm sure all of you guys can agree to that. And right now I feel like I'm in my own lane, and I'm gonna see where this career takes me.
You returned last time out and pulled off a great finish against Yair. You spoke about your faith and everything like that. Do you approach these fights a little bit differently in terms of your mindset now?
Absolutely. Before I would fight for my own selfish reason, personal greed. I had my own agenda, my own plans. One day I achieved all of it. I didn't like it. I got everything I wanted, I didn't like it. So now I'm doing things different.
And can you talk a little bit about perhaps your preparation? Obviously, it's short notice, but where are you at mentally going into this fight on short notice?
I'm as good as it's gonna get for a 2-week notice fight. There's everything moving too fast. It feels like just a week ago I was in an airplane, and now I'm right here talking to you. So it's way too much to try to figure out and understand. I'm not going to. I'm just gonna do I'm just gonna go on autopilot and cut the weight and fight. That's it. After the fight is kind of when I'm gonna let things sink in, and that's kind of when I'm gonna wanna just be alone for a bit and just let everything just process, I guess.
And how do you see the fight playing out with Diego on Saturday?
I feel like it's gonna be a great fight. He's a young, hungry lion. I've been here already for a bit at the the top 3, so It's gonna be who, like when you watch National Geographic and you see the lion, the young lion that's in the older lion. That's the fight we're gonna get.
Thank you.
Yeah, Brian, I know a lot of people are excited to see Conor McGregor, but I think it could be argued that this card now is maybe better from a talent standpoint, a competitive standpoint. Do you feel that, and do you feel any pressure maybe to live up to what people expected from this card?
No, I'm not trying to live up to anyone's expectations. I did that for a big for almost my whole life. Like I was talking to her right now. This is something that I'm doing right now without thought, and then when it's said and done, then I can kind of kick back a little bit and watch everything, and then just let everything sink in.
And then how did the situation with the neighbors ever get resolved? Did it just stop?
I bought a house.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
How long do you think? How long do you think?
I got where she's coming right now, so.
Oh, she's right there.
Yeah, she's here.
Just say it there, it's fine.
Well, Julian, you've obviously been doing this for quite a while in the UFC now. So do opportunities like this still feel special, though? Pay-per-view, International Fight Week in Vegas, is it still something that's special for you?
I feel like this seems like the most special opportunity I've had yet, to have an opponent like Michelle Waterson, a huge vet in the game, a huge name in the game, and to be in the T-Mobile. I feel like it's all just like a dream come true still to me.
Nice. Sounds like you have a lot of respect for Michelle and who she is as an athlete. What do you think of her as an opponent?
Like I said, she's a vet in the game. You got to respect her. You got to know that she's coming in there with her best fight. She's not going to be making any dumb decisions. She's going to be bringing, the best her. So it's like I got to be ready for that Saturday night.
Simplicity, I think you say, striker versus grappler. Do you see it as that simple of a breakdown, or do you feel like you were both too well-rounded to consider it that type of a matchup?
I think you can kind of see it like that a little bit, but for me especially, I don't care if the fight goes to the ground. I'm just looking to do damage. I'm looking to get in there and force her into situations that she's not comfortable in, force her into making bad decisions, and it doesn't matter if it goes to the ground to me. If we're on the feet on the ground, I'm going to be content as long as I'm doing damage.
Very nice. You get a win here, like you said, on this big platform, this big opportunity. What's important for you? Is it looking up the rankings and like picking specific names to work your way up, or is it just stay busy? Because I feel like you just want to fight as often as possible.
For me, names have never been important. It's the numbers next to the names. If I want to be a champ, I have to beat every single one to get there. So it doesn't matter who you put in front of me, I'm taking that fight.
Last thing for me, what type of fight do you think we see here? As you said, a veteran. Do you think this is going to be a back-and-forth battle, lengthy, or is this one that you can go out and maybe not look for a submission but get one? What kind of fight do you see?
I do think I will be able to find my submission. I do think I'll be able to get my finish. I don't see it necessarily being a back-and-forth battle, but I don't see Michelle going away easy either.
Gillian, right here. Going off of that, you said you don't expect it to be back and forth, but not putting her away. Does that mean you kind of view this as kind of a dominant performance from you, is what you expect?
I think I'm expecting a dominant performance. Just the way that my camps went, I've never felt so ready for a moment. I keep on saying to myself that this is my time, because I do just truly believe that at this moment. I believe that I am more than ready to walk in the cage right now, more than confident in myself and my ability, and it's my time.
Was it something different in this camp as opposed to previous ones that led to you kind of having this feeling for this fight specific?
I think it's honestly just my last few camps. Excluding the Tabitha Ritchie camp, my last 3 wins, the camps have just went so perfect for me. I've really found the formula that I need with Goat Shed and Dean Thomas, and just the schedule that I need and everything that I need to be ready and get my hand raised.
How's it training at Goat Shed? Because we've seen the videos on social media. It seems a little different.
It's definitely a little bit of chaos, but that's what a fight is. You know, you got to be ready for a fight, and you got to be ready for all that chaos in the fight. You got to be ready for the crowd screaming and everything like that. So that's what Goat Shed helps me provide. They got that little bit of chaos.
Last one for me. Can I get your thoughts on the main event between Alex and Yuri?
I'm actually super excited for this main event. Yuri, I feel like, is someone who I've counted out on every fight that he's ever had, and he wins. So I'm never counting out Jiri Prochazka, so I'm rooting for him.
Gillian, back here. You've had a couple fights now at strawweight. It seems like it's gone very well for you in terms of the cut and everything. Does part of you wish you would have dropped down a little bit sooner, like earlier in your UFC career?
I guess not necessarily. It's all a learning process for me. I got signed super young in my career, age-wise and experience-wise. I was only 3 and 2, so I feel like it's just been a learning process for me. I don't regret it.
And you fought, I mentioned there, at flyweight. Michelle's considered one of the smaller fighters in the division. How much of an advantage do you think that'll be, just because you're obviously very strong? You were competing with flyweights. Michelle's never fought at flyweight. I don't think she would ever fight in that weight class.
Well, I guess me fighting at flyweight shows this, that I never take size into consideration. I don't think if somebody's smaller, that necessarily means that they're weaker. They could be better at making decisions, and just that's why they're in the game. That's why she's made it this far. So I feel that with myself a lot, honestly, is I don't feel like I'm necessarily one of the stronger, more athletic girls, but I'm better at making decisions than most of these girls, so it makes me feel strong to them.
And just last one for me. What do you think the implications are for a victory, especially a finish? You mentioned Michelle's been in the game for a while. Pretty notable name. This is a pretty big card. I imagine this has got to propel you up the rankings.
Oh, that's all I'm hoping for, is just keep on going up the rankings, It's like, I feel like 2 or 3 more and I should be standing across from the champion.
Jillian right here, straight down the middle. Jillian, I wanted to touch back on working at Team Goat Shed. We know, for example, President Awesome as a promoter and as a personality. I want to know, what is he like as a teammate and as a coach? Because obviously several fighters in UFC trust him and the work that he puts in as a teammate.
Oh yeah, President Awesome, he's all over the place. Karate, combat, UFC, wherever it is, he's all over. And he's an amazing person, amazing coach, and I'm blessed to have him at the gym every day.
And then you work with Dean Thomas for a long time. We get to hear him a lot on the broadcast. Can you speak a little bit, how close is he to that guy that we hear on TV? Is that the kind of advice that he gives to you when he's coaching you at the gym, or do you get a different version?
Dean is probably one of the smartest people I know, honestly. Just the way he approaches the game. I've went around the country, been to every big gym, I've talked to every coach, and there's nobody who actually treats the sport as MMA like Dean does. So many are approaching it as boxing and jiu-jitsu and wrestling. He's the first MMA coach that I know, and I'm so lucky. I really feel like it was just fate that I walked into his gym when I was 16 years old. I was so blessed that we ended up working together.
What do you think it is? Obviously, you have respect for the work he puts in, and likewise, but what do you think it is about you guys as personalities? Because, he's a very respected mind in the game, but you guys have just kind of had that, that duo working for a long time. What do you think it is about you two that just works for so long?
I think we're both just workhorses, honestly. We're both just down, he would text me at any time of day, be like, yo, we're training, and I'd be like, okay, I'll be there, So I feel like it developed a respect between us, and he just knows that I want it that bad. So it's I feel like, I think it is developed off the fact that we're both just workhorses.
Thank you.
Jillian, back here. We know that Michelle has a unique striking style blending in her karate. Do you feel like there's a comparison that you've already had to deal with the same, or is this going to be a new experience to deal with?
It'll be a new experience in the cage. This camp, I've had one of my friends, Anna Crutchfield. She's a pro fighter, come out, and she, I feel like, is honestly, I want to say, a better look than Michelle. She's throwing kicks at me, karate style, giving me everything I need for this fight.
And what do you think the biggest challenge or obstacle is going to be with dealing with her style?
I think the biggest challenge is going to be catching her, honestly. I feel like she's going to play on the outside and throw kicks a lot, and just closing that distance and staying in her face is going to be the hardest part, most challenging part.
Thank you.
Cub, obviously a massive event here, right? International Fight Week, T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas. I mean, do moments like this like still bring something extra special inside, or is this just the job and this is just, you know, another day at work for you?
It goes back and forth. You know, sometimes it's like, oh, just another day. But I've been trying to do a lot of like reflecting and enjoying the moment. And so I've been enjoying this camp, been enjoying this week. And I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to perform in front of the fans. I feel very honored and blessed to be in this position.
Very nice. Andre Fili as an opponent, when it was announced, I think a lot of people said this is going to be a great fight. I guess what were your initial thoughts when that was named given to you?
Well, it was a good one for me because all my friends and family and coaches are like, can you stop fighting 20-year-old guys that are so hungry and trying to make a name off you? And I'm like, I don't pick who I'm fighting. They just say, hey, you want to fight this guy? I'm like, sure. And when I got Andre, he's been around for a long time. Got a lot of respect for him. I like him. And so, yeah, I was like, at least now everyone's happy with this matchup. So I think it's a real treat for the fans. And, yeah, it's exciting.
Did you guys cross paths much in California or in fight scenes? I mean, you guys have both been around for a long time. Have y'all come across each other much?
We've hung out at a couple of UFC events, quite a while ago. And, I saw him right after he won 2 fights ago and said congrats. And he talked to my kids for a little bit. So that was really cool. But, yeah, like I said, we've always stayed cool, but never trained together. And like I said, a lot of respect. And I'm sure we both want to go out there and put on a good show.
I would say stylistically, it looks like on paper it should be a battle and a good show. Is that the type of fight that you are expecting here?
Well, yeah, especially at this point in my career, I'm trying to have fun, I know that when I'm out there having fun, I have my best performances, and that's really what I'm trying to do is have great performances. I think I've solidified myself, in as a fan favorite and people love to watch fight, and at this point it's just icing on the cake.
You talked about kind of savoring the moment, reflecting, enjoying it. That's usually things that people try to do when they realize they're getting near the end. Is that part of that, is realizing I can't do this forever, so let me soak in while I'm still doing it?
Yeah, and I've been on that wavelength for a little while. I'm in the mindset of this is the last chapter, not the last fight. And so I don't know, what's next. I take every fight, like it's my last. So, a lot of me thought that my last fight was my last because I was dealing with some back issues for years and years. I had back surgery, and I feel so much better and got new life into me. Dr. Galakny, shout out to him. Anybody that's going to get back surgery, go see this guy. He's a genius. I was back to training within six weeks, and everyone's like, man, you look better than you have in the last 4 or 5 years. So it definitely breathed some new life into my career, and take it one fight at a time.
You think maybe that extended though, when you thought the expiration was?
Oh, for sure. Definitely gave me more opportunities mentally, and you kind of look for little things here and there. And for me, having my fight team and the team I manage and coach, Bloodline, if you guys know, they mean a lot to me, and they've been able to watch me train for this fight and get ready, and it's been really cool to kind of flip the script and have the guys I've been coaching turn around and help coach me and get me ready and me lead by example.
That's awesome, man. Last thing for me, see no way that this fight disappoints. Looks like it's going to be amazing. What do you want? You just said, I don't know what's next, but are there things you want to do? Like, hey, man, I just want to make sure every fight I have is like an exciting fight, a fight of the night type thing. Are there names, places? Like, what do you still have to check off the list at your point in your career?
Well, fighting in front of a crowd was one of them. When I was, knowing that, I'm getting up there in age, all that. Fighting in front of a crowd was one of them. Me and my wife will go to the big events, New York, T-Mobile, Miami. And then I was like, man, I do miss that because I've been fighting at the Apex for a while, which is cool. But I knew that I needed to do that. I think fighting in my hometown in Palm Springs, being able to bring the UFC back there would be exciting. but yeah, at this point in my career, I just need to be excited. I mean, I think even a fight in Korea would be pretty cool. I think the way that since fighting Duo Choi, the way my fan base has grown there, I'm really appreciative. So yeah, just anything that would excite me.
Come over here. Kind of going off of that, did you ever talk to the UFC, like, why do you keep putting me in the Apex, considering, you are a name and you have been doing this for so long? Like, why wouldn't fans want to watch me fight?
No, I just would always accept my place, on the card. I mean, one time, I think when I fought Kawajiri, I was in the middle of the card, and then a fight fell off, and they bumped me to co-main event. And then an hour later, they bumped me to the Fight Pass prelims. And I went on the social media and was like, hey, download Fight Pass, sign up. And they were super thankful for that. So I never try to act like I'm bigger than who I am. Like, I just come to fight. I'm not trying to cause a stink. Wherever you place me, I'm cool with that. If you put me on the middle card, I'm cool with that. If you put me at the Apex, whatever. I'm just going to fight. That's my job.
Kind of going off of that a bit, your name made a little bit of headlines not too long ago when you had that kind of Twitter issue with Joaquin Buckley, but it kind of led to a lot of fellow fighters coming out and kind of sharing their favorite memories of you, defending you against him. So I guess, what did you make of, we don't have to get into what he said, but like just the amount of your fellow fighters that came out and, were kind of praising you on social media?
Yeah, that was pretty amazing. Because, like I said, my whole career has always been like, oh, he never won a title, so how good was he? It's like, man, it's like the amount of Hall of Famers and champions I fought. I've never backed down from a fight, and so I think it's silly. And the reason the whole thing started is I was defending some of the OGs in the game, and it makes me sound even older, but for me, I feel like it's my place to make sure the young fighters respect the OGs of the game, learn the history, like you need to know where this sport even started, like understand the history, who's who, show respect of the people who did it before you. And I just think that as a martial artist, you should do that. And to say something silly about somebody, I think is out of place.
Do you guys have a little bit of a camaraderie between all the WEC guys? Because there's not too many of you left in the UFC these days.
Yeah, for sure. The thing that was cool about the WEC is, we didn't get the respect. People always were like, oh, you guys are cool, but you're not the UFC. And we're like, we are. we're just the little guys, so we always had this chip on our shoulder. And when we got absorbed into the UFC and the 55ers are the ones that really got to show, Cowboy and Anthony Pettis and all the guys that went over and did really well. It was like, yeah, see, we were that good all along. So we always had a chip on our shoulder. And for me, I feel like that was a blessing. It was like we got a easier version of all the hype and everything. And then we came over like ready to prove it. And, it was no difference backstage other than, just more media attention and stuff like that. So we definitely had that chip, and we definitely feel like a brotherhood.
Is it a trip at all? Because I think there was a generation of fighters that watched the WEC, and especially the smaller guys that say like, oh, I saw Faber and Mike Brown and Aldo and all these guys in the WEC. And now there's this generation that they didn't start watching MMA till Jose Aldo fought Conor McGregor, and they view him as the guy that lost to Conor, not Jose Aldo, the WEC champion.
Yeah. And that's what I mean. It's a little sad that you don't know the history and look at what a great champion Jose Aldo was. I got so much respect for him, and he always spoke out for fighters, and tried to level up everybody, which I appreciate. So yeah, I try to get everybody to know the history of the sport and really understand who paved the way for you, and to me that's important.
And last one for me, can I just get your thoughts on the main event between Alex and Yuri?
I love the fight. I really wish it wasn't short notice, as a fight fan, but I love that fight. I think it's two warriors that have very different approaches to the sport, and that's what the sport is all about. It's about, you know, this style versus that style, and mentality and toughness, and who can make adjustments on the fly, and that's the beauty of it. And so I'm looking forward to the fight.
Hey, Cub, right here. Cub, have seen you a lot on the LFA broadcast and doing that work on the microphone. Can you just talk about how that's impacted your life and your career as maybe you think about right now and when you hang them up?
Yeah, so I'm really enjoying that, because I think one false narrative about me has always been that I'm just kind of scrappy and tough, and that I'm not smart. And I feel like I'm actually very technical, and I kind of make it look wild when I'm being very strategic in there. So I feel like when people hear me talk about fighting, they see that I'm more than just like a scrappy kid, that I've actually put tons and tons and tons of thought into this. And so that's been quite an enjoyment for me. And just kind of, I see it as, you know, the next step when I can't fight anymore. It's going to help me fill that void. The same with coaching and managing fighters. I have all this knowledge of succeeding and failing at the highest level that really is not going to translate into a lot of other things. And the ability to give that back to the next generation of fighters is really, it fills a void for me that I know will be there when I can't fight myself anymore.
And then this may sound like a bit of a redundant question, but I mean it very seriously. Can you just speak to the impact of what the UFC as a brand has meant to you? Because besides being a fighter, we see you at so many big events. You could be spotted in the crowd at almost every pay-per-view, and you know there's a lot of them. Obviously, as a teammate and managing fighters, I mean, what does it mean? What impact has it had on your life to just be a part of this whole thing?
It literally saved my life. I was not doing well in life. I was lost, and this sport gave me structure, and it humbled me, and it gave me direction, and it's taught me many life lessons. And yeah, I wouldn't be who I am today without this sport. And to me, it's the purest sport. You know, there's no team. It's just one-on-one. You got nobody to blame but yourself, and it's raw and real, and it's beautiful, and it's violent, and it's all those things into one. So when I saw the sport and realized that it wasn't as big as it should be in the very beginning, before it was on TV, before The Ultimate Fighter, I knew that it was going to be big if it got the chance, if people got the chance to look at it and understand it a little better. And so I'm very proud to be a part of it, and I'm most proud that all the guys that I looked up to when I first got in the sport, like the Big Nogueiras, the Vitor Belfords, Josh Barnett, Rampage, all these guys that I was watching when I first got into it, have all kind of given me that, hey, you're one of us moment that's made me feel like I've made it.
Thank you.
About, I don't know if we're on, there we go. I mentioned quite a bit about knowing the history of the sport and respecting that. How much do you pay attention to the generation kind of behind you and seeing, have you kept your eye on any one fighter or couple in particular that you see that could have longevity and actually kind of speak to the idea that you have who understand the history of the sport in that way?
Past fighters?
No, the ones in the generation after you.
Oh, that are still in it?
You're still in it.
I am still in it. Yeah, I don't know of too many because I don't get to have those kind of conversations with everybody. But I hope people are paying attention and learning, because I think it's important. But at the same time, it's crazy how fast this sport is evolving, and you have to stay current, and you have to learn from the past, but you also have to be very present in the present, because it's evolving so fast. I feel like I've been telling people this for a while. I learn more from my students and the guys under me than any coach right now, because the game's evolving that fast. If you're not watching the UFC every week and in the gym, you're going to be a dinosaur in 3 years. So I feel very fortunate that I stay around the 20-year-olds and up-and-coming guys, and that's what's kept me youthful and kept me in the sport.
Just kind of staying with that, recently Fight Inc. debuted on Roku, and it went through some of the history of UFC and actually really paid attention to matchmaking. How much do you as a fighter pay attention to the growth of the organization, and kind of like how does that impact you that the business has changed so much since you became a fighter?
Well, it affects us a lot. I mean, obviously, I'm fighting, I'm coaching and managing, so I have to pay attention to it a lot. I love that it's becoming more stable across the board and that it keeps growing. I think that's going to be better and better. So the way I see it is that's more fighters that are going to be able to, retire comfortably when they're done fighting. One thing I've seen a lot of is a lot of fighters that just made a lot of poor choices and they get cut from the UFC and maybe their morale is a little low, and that's something that I really try to teach my guys is like how to prepare for the future, how to build off your success.
Cub, kind of curious about how the emotions are this week, considering 2 years ago you went into the Hall of Fame. It'll be your first time competing back in T-Mobile since accepting the award there.
I already know I'm going to be super emotional. I can't hide it. It's just I'm somebody that always bottles things up. And whenever I compete, there's so much on the line and so much pressure you put on yourself, and people, wanting you to do good, that you want to do good, and you're just afraid of having a bad performance. That's always the issue. And you put so much hard work into it, you just want to go out there and have a great performance. So emotions are always high. I know having the crowd is going to really impact that, and then being back at the T-Mobile since my Hall of Fame induction is going to feel special. And I'm excited to go out there and fight freely and know that I've cemented myself and my legacy in this sport, and at the end of the day I get to go out there and just have fun.
You've mentioned fun and you mentioned pressure. We ask everybody that goes up there about different types of pressure. You've been in this sport for so long. Does the pressure ever change?
I think it's gotten harder, honestly, because, I try to tell people when I was 20 and I was broke and I had nothing, I was in my mind like, I'm willing to die in there. I got nothing, And now, sorry, I have a nice life. I have all these things. I have, I've maintained a certain level of greatness in the sport, and hasn't always been that great, but I've always had exciting fights, so people expect that of me now. I didn't have expectations when I was younger, and so for me to have to live up to that, I put a lot of pressure on myself, but I believe that pressure is good. You just can't let it break you. You let it, I call it, it could be, it could cripple you, or it could be your superpower. That pressure that when you're on fight night, if you absorb it, it's a superpower. And that's the whole goal, is to make it a superpower, not cripple you.
Cub, right here. Talk about the UFC Hall of Fame. Another Hall of Fame that you're in is the Jackson Wink Hall of Fame, and as is Andrei Arlovsky and Michelle Waterson, who are all on this card. I guess, what does it mean to you to be fighting alongside them on Saturday and, I guess, represent that gym, which I know you guys have been away from for a while now, but still?
Yeah, and I think we're sharing a locker room, which is going to be pretty cool. Andre's somebody that I've been watching forever, and to see him, people like him and Clay Guida still going, it's like, why does everyone keep asking me about my age, But they're an inspiration. And then Michelle, I've been around her for a lot of her journey, so it's really cool to watch. I've seen these guys and girls at their highest and at their lowest, and so you really get to know people around those times. And yeah, it's definitely going to feel special, and I know that nerves are going to be heightened at that time, and I think it's going to make for all of us to have good performances.
Cub, real quick, sorry. I know Conor McGregor leaves, departs the card, and they reshuffle it the way that they did. You can argue that it's more competitive and more interesting, maybe at the top of the card now without him. I guess how would you assess the card that they were able to put together at the top, and what how do you think that could potentially just play out on Saturday?
I mean, obviously everyone wants to see Conor fight, and it's unfortunate. But I mean, honestly, I feel like the card got better. Don't want people saying I'm hating. I think it did. But ultimately, fans wanted to see him fight. I hope he does come back and healthy. But yeah, I think the card is amazing, and they do such a good job. That's why the sport does so well, is that they can put together these big fights on the fly, and fighters are always willing to step up, and it's pretty cool to see. I'm just glad that they didn't ask me to fight on short notice. Good. All right, thanks, guys.
double. It should automatically focus on, but just double check that. That's not too soft. said that they're
I haven't. No, I the one he's said it, and that's stupid. He said if this fight happened in Bellator, people would say this fight in Canada.
That's a great quote, by the way. But I like the view. People love Connor. People hate you. I was like, thank you.
Yeah, you bring that one up.
As usual, my policy is to just not speak.
The Ian Gary life.
You all right, Mike?
Yeah,
You got everything right?
Yep, they're all loaded.
Sweet.
Yeah, if you want to pair, maybe the only
Sorry?
the only slight thing I'd really say is you can shoot a little further out so that you're in your headspace. Just
Sure.
because when I'm doing the thumbnail, it's like cutting off
Okay, sure.
their wrist.
Sure. No worries.
And then I can do that with a YouTube thumbnail. I can bring it in a little bit from the website.
Perfect. Sometimes when I zoom out a little bit, I get the white line behind in the backdrop.
Yeah.
It's like, looks weird. That's why I'm cropping it, but I will.
No, that's fine. I mean, if it's gonna make it more fun, it still looks fine.
I'll do it for you. How you been, John?
Just do an arm day too.
So how's life not having to travel all the time?
Obviously all the talk, recently was all the reshuffling of the lineup and all the short notice and all that. But now that it's all settled in, it's fight week. I feel like a lot of people are dialing in on this fight. Is it feeling like a big moment and a big fight for you?
Absolutely, yeah, 100%. I've said it, like, I'm doing stuff differently in this game. I'm undefeated, I'm 26 years of age, and I'm putting on a show every time I go out there. My striking skill set is unbelievable, and I feel like the more I compete, the more I fight, the more people are going to see just how good I am, and that's something that excites me.
This has not been a tense build-up, right? I mean, you've been quite kind of reserved. Was that by design, or was it just the way you were feeling at the time?
No, it was absolutely a conscious decision. I wanted to really strip back all of the kind of rushing feeling and really be present in the day, really be present with my family, my friends, my team. I played a lot of golf this time to just really take myself out of the hard work of training and that mental grind, because for me, if I want to be a champion, live that championship lifestyle. And that championship lifestyle isn't just grind. It's enjoy every day. It's enjoy the people you live with. It's enjoy the people you train and travel the world with. And I feel like I'm a better human when I have time to myself to be present, away from social media, go play some golf that I love and adore. And then I come back and I hit the ground running Monday morning, and I go away again on Friday night. I play some more golf because that makes me happy. And a happy me is a dangerous me.
Can you talk about the inspiration of the T-shirt? Is it worried about, putting out some bad karma, or is it manifesting things?
Have you seen every bit of merch I've ever released before any fight? It's always, I've won this fight, we're thinking about the next one. Look, it's the tally T, it's 15-0. This is meant to be me and Conor representing Ireland on the biggest stage. This is what I'm doing. I am representing my country on the biggest platform that I can possibly do it on. And I've already taken out MVP in my mind. I know how good I am. I know how elite I am. And it's just good time for me to go out there Saturday night and prove it.
I wouldn't say the MVP was here earlier talking trash, but he wasn't the most respectful about you as a person. Are you expecting antics, press conference, face-offs? Are you expecting things to get a little tense?
No. No. What's he going to do?
You're going to fight on Saturday either
Exactly.
way, right?
That's the way I approach it. Regardless of what he says, regardless of what he does, Saturday night we get locked into an octagon together. So for me, like I said, being present, enjoying the moment, enjoying the fans at ceremonial weigh-ins, enjoying the fans at the press conference, and that energy that you can soak up and then use to go out there and reach a different level on Saturday night, that's what I'm here for. I'm here to put on a show.
Last thing for me, I know the ultimate goal is world champion, but what do you think this fight proves? What does it prove to people? And are you worried at all that you win this fight and people just go, that was just the Bellator guy. He was never that good to begin with?
That's part of the reason why I'm not excited about this. Here's the way I've been putting it all week. Is MVP very talented? Absolutely. I don't think there's anyone that would say he isn't very talented at what he does. I respect his game and his skill set. You have to, otherwise you're being an idiot. Do I think I'm better than him? 100 million%. Like, I know I am. My intelligence, my IQ, everything that I do, I just know I'm better than him. But he's had one win in the UFC. One win in the UFC. He's ranked 13 in the world. He hasn't dominated in the UFC for so long. He has been built up by Bellator against people he was meant to beat. And he went out and beat them. He put on shows against people he was supposed to put on shows. That was a great business decision from him and Bellator to build his brand. But he's here now, and he's fighting someone 11 years younger. He's fighting someone who's faster, far more talent than he has ever been or ever will be. And I'm telling you, on Saturday night, the world is going to see just how fucking good I am.
Ian, going off that, kind of the Bellator side, he had said in here too that if this fight happened in Bellator, everyone would be saying he's fighting a can.
Mate, let's be real about that. He's fighting. If this was in Bellator, he'd be fighting a can. How so? Let's engage that. How so?
He didn't really elaborate. I mean, I'm sure he...
What he's trying to do is talk out of his fucking arse and make it that he's more elite than me. 7 wins in the UFC, 14-0 undefeated. I've beaten 3 ranked opponents. I am on my way to be a world champion. There's a reason why everyone's talking about me being one of the best prospects this sport's ever seen. MVP is coming to the UFC to try and legitimize his career at Bellator. I'm going to end that on Saturday night.
Do you think, because he says that, then like later on he'll be like, I actually think he has really good skills and like this thing and the other. So do you think he's maybe almost confused about how he feels about you?
No, I just think he doesn't know what he's... By the way, I want to say something. MVP is very well spoken. He's very well spoken. He is very well media trained. But I think he just doesn't know how good I am and then links everything. Because every person, when they say they fight me, I've told you this time and time again, he says, I'm not the level of the opponent I've faced before. He's going to knock me out. He's going to show me that he's going to take me to deep water. Everyone that's fought MVP is like, he's just a Bellator tick. He's just this. He's just that. The truth is you have to respect his skill set. I can respect him, but be so much better than him and prove that on Saturday night. And at the end of the day, we're getting locked in a cage together. I'm going to prove it myself. So whatever he has to say, whatever I have to say, means fuck all. Saturday night, I get my hand raised, and that's my job done.
Yeah, I guess kind of last thing that he referenced, he went on a little rant saying that you're a fake Conor McGregor. I'm sure you've heard that one before. Is that something you just feel that you're going to deal with for the entirety of your career? People are going to try to use that almost against you as a negative thing?
Let me word this right. Anyone saying that I am trying to be like Conor McGregor or I am trying to do something to be like Conor, I take that as a compliment. He's the greatest star the sport's ever seen. So if you're comparing me to him, it means I'm doing something right. Now, people are saying I want to be like him. I'm not trying to be like him in any way, shape, or form. Have I been inspired by him? Absolutely. How many people talked about Kobe Bryant trying to be like Michael Jordan? Kobe Bryant went out and made a legacy of his own. Kobe Bryant went out and made a legacy of his own in his own way, but having similar traits and styles to Jordan. I'm born and bred from Dublin, Ireland. Conor is born and bred from Dublin, Ireland. He talks the walk, he walks the walk and backs it up. I am the exact same. Conor has done everything he said he's going to do in his career. I have yet to prove what I have done and what I need to do. That's my job. So my job is to continue what I'm doing on my journey to destiny, on the goal that I have been set, the destiny that has been written for me. It's my goal to do it my way. And at the end of it, people are just going to say, wow, this kid was special and he did it his own way. And that's the only way I look at it.
Ian, over here. When you first broke into the UFC, obviously you were pretty vocal that you wanted to be on the Conor's return card, like wherever it was. You also wanted Colby. You were pretty vocal about that, and now Conor is not fighting and you're not getting Colby. Would you have chosen to fight on this card against MVP if, you know, Conor had pulled out like maybe far earlier, or was this date the date you wanted?
I wanted to fight around this time anyway. Would I have waited till August maybe if someone was available to fight? Potentially. But it was too big an opportunity to miss, to pass up on, to potentially fight on the same card as Conor, regardless of who the opponent was. I've made it very vocal. I have zero interest in fighting MVP. I have no interest. What interested me was being on the same card as Conor. Now, I have to say, like, I am grateful that MVP took the opportunity to take this fight. I am grateful he said yes. I am grateful he's going to show up, and he is going to bring it. But I was grateful because it was meant to be on a Conor card. Now, I'm going out here to steal this show. I'm going out here to show the world just how good I am. If Conor's not here, there's every reason that I can be the biggest name on this card after this fight's done.
Have you heard from a lot of Irish fans that maybe didn't return their ticket and still flew out to watch Conor, but they're sticking around for you?
Listen, if the Irish say they're going to do something, they're going to go do it. So anyone that's booked their flights, anyone that's booked, do you think an Irishman's going, fuck it, I'll cancel my flight to Vegas, I won't go on a bender, I'll just cancel my shit and I'll stay at home? No fucking way. Every single person that bought tickets, that bought flights, they're all coming. They ain't turning away a weekend for a bender. So look, I am telling you, when we have, look, having me and Conor on a card would have been amazing. 2 horses in a race is always unbelievable, especially when one of them is Conor McGregor. I'm still here. I am still fighting, and I am flying the flag for my country and representing them on the biggest stage the world has ever seen. I am going to show up and show out on Saturday night, and the world's going to be left speechless.
You've also obviously been doing your past few camps at Shoot to Boxing down in Brazil. They're obviously historically known for these wild, you know, brawls like Vanderlei, Shogun, and everything. MVP doesn't really present that type of fight.
I don't fuck with that either. I'm too pretty. I ain't getting hit that much, dude. I was pissed that Jeff Neal hit me a left hand and busted and blew up my lip. I was pissed. I was like, fuck, I look ugly in that. For me, I've said this, I've spoke to the guys. The Brazilians have a different aggressive energy. And when you look at Shogun, you look at Vanderlei, you look at all of the guys that came. There was one outlier, and it was Anderson Silva. There was one. Everyone else was almost exactly the same. Do you know what I mean? They all came out, they were going to run at you, not stop, and they all had phenomenal strike and phenomenal jiu-jitsu. I have traveled the world and learned from some of the best coaches and teammates and fighters on the planet. I'm a sponge. I am basing myself out of my home now and shoot the box, but I will continue to travel the world because I believe I can evolve and grow and change this game from an athlete point of view by learning and having this knowledge. So I will take from shoot the box what I believe is elite and high and the best for me to add to my game, but I will not copy any one style on the planet. I will mold it and I will make it my own and I will become elite, and that's why I'll be one of the greatest to ever live.
What's it like sparring down there?
Okay, now I tell you what, dude, there's a guy fighting on Contender Series on August 22nd or 26th. His name is Marco Tulliu. When I tell you he is one of the most frightening guys to stand across from, it's like I've head kicked him clean in the head and he ends up closer to me after the head kick. I don't know how it's possible. He just eats it, comes in, and I'm like, oh, fuck, this is going to be a horrible 5 minutes. So I watch out for him. He's a huge name. I guarantee he's already won on Contender Series, but he's absolutely going to go out here and get his UFC contract, and I'm telling you, he's going to be a star. His fight style is unbelievable.
And just last one for me. Can I get your thoughts on the main event between Yuri and Alex?
You want me to break it down?
The floor is yours.
Right. So I think we all understand how special Poatan is and the power he possesses. When you have that power, fights are just easy because you hit someone and they're out. I think Yuri needs to go out there and he needs to kick. He needs to kick to the body and he needs to kick to the head because Poatan has this lower guard because he likes to feint and lunge in with that left hook and be aggressive with that right hand. If Yuri kicks more to the hands and kicks more to the head, it means Poatan has to shut down. And that's the right style if you're Yuri Prochazka to have success. You need to put him in a box and make him open up. It's a lot harder said than done though, right? That's the way I would look at it if I was Yuri. Obviously, you could try to take him down, but I don't think that's how the fight's going to go. Poatan is one of the best kickboxers the world's ever seen. He has power for days, and he has technique. His calf kicks are unbelievable. His left hook is just dynamite. I really feel like he's awkward for everyone because of that. And truly, I think he scares the shit out of people when he stands across him and he's just like that stone. I just think it's such a tough fight for everyone in the division that he's going to win this one by a spectacular knockout. And I don't think anyone's going to be surprised by that.
Ian, over here. Where would a win, especially a knockout over MVP, hasn't been knocked out since 2019, where would that put you in the division, in your opinion?
Probably 2 positions up because he's ranked number 13 in the world and he's not done enough to garner breaking up to the top 3. So I believe I'm going to be fighting for a world title in a year's time in Las Vegas, Nevada, International Fight Week. This fight obviously moves me up the ranks. I believe it will probably put me above Colby and Gilbert, and they might move Jack Della Maddalena up, and I'll be breaking into the top 5. I then feel like I have to go out and prove more against the guys who have dominated the division for so long. You've got examples of Usman and Colby. I believe I need to beat these guys before I step into the octagon for a world title because I need to prove that to me, to the world, and then go out and do what I do is dominate.
It seems like the one name who doesn't have an opponent right now is Shavkat Rakhmonov. Do you see that as a potential opponent with a win here?
Fucking right I do. 18-0 undefeated, 18 finishes. I'm game for that. I do believe that after Leon and Bilal, he's going to be fighting for the world title. I think he makes the most sense to be next. So me sitting here saying I'm going to fight him next doesn't make sense in my mind. But absolutely, that's a fight that's going to happen down the line. I think both me and him stylistically match up well. We sparred together. I mean, I've shared the cage with him in Killcliff. I'm training with Henry Hoof. I've sparred him. I've learned with him. We've spoke. You know what I mean? He's a phenomenal fighter in every aspect of the game. I have nothing but respect for him. And to go out there and take his O and him to try to take my O, that's going to be a fight. I would love to do that for a world title. I would love him to get the world title and then for me and him to fight and take his O and take the belt.
Ian, right here down the middle.
What's up, pal? How are you? It's always good to see you again.
It is great to see you, man. I have a question. With Shootbox, is the reason you guys such a great fit because you're already blonde and you don't have to bleach your hair?
I've been telling them they all dye their hair blonde so they can have striking like me. That's what I keep telling them. And they all get annoyed. They're like, no, we did this for you. I'm like, yeah, all right, whatever. You guys see my striking and you said we should dye our hair like him. Now, I feel like I have a very family-orientated lifestyle. I have a very passionate, caring emotion about me. And every single person that walks through that door has a very similar feeling. They have so much care. They love their training partners so much that they're all there to help them no matter what they're doing. I feel like they are just different. They are just different and their energy is amazing, and it's a pleasure and an honor to be a part of Shoot the Box as a team. To anyone at Shoot the Box who's listening, ci amo famiglia, ti amo junto.
I thought it was a crime that while the fans in Dublin were excited for Conor and Mike to get a press conference, that they didn't add you and MVP to the presser announcement. Is that what needs to happen when they rebook it?
I think it would be stupid not to. I think absolutely I should be there.
And then final question, you talked a lot about, the rankings and this and that. What would it prove to yourself to get a win over Michael Venom Page?
When I beat Michael, it's going to prove that my striking is just different. I'm just elite and I'm special, and everyone's going to be left going, he's a problem.
Just over here.
How are we?
Good. How are you?
I'm great. It's good to be here.
You spoke about the title picture. Obviously we've got the world title coming up in Manchester. How do you think it goes down between Belal and Leon?
I've been saying this for so long. I think Leon is so clean. He doesn't make a lot of mistakes. And when you don't make a lot of mistakes, it's hard to capitalize. He's so talented in all assets of the game. Obviously, I have trained with him and spent time with him, and he's phenomenal. He's phenomenally talented. I believe the biggest question mark for me in this is how has Belal's training with Khabib and that Sambo style and that aggressive top pressure, how is that going to play into the title picture? If he gets him down, can he dominate and have that beautiful onslaught of aggression that we've seen from the people like Khabib and Islam and Umar and Usman that they have, because it's sensational. So for me, I think it's going to be a Leon Edwards 25-minute decision. I think he's going to dominate and just try calculatedly decipher and decode Belal's game. It's up to Belal to bring the dog out.
And in terms of your fight with MVP, he has a very unique style. So how do you prepare for someone like him?
If you try to prepare for anyone else on the planet, you are going to fail, because you're going to spend so much time focusing on someone else's game, you are going to lose out on growth. Obviously, I assess and stylistically go, this and this and this will make sense to add to my game. But focusing on myself to become the best athlete I can be and the best fighter I can be is always plan A. Understanding what's going to work and what's going to be utilized in the fight, absolutely important. But focusing on entirely growing myself as a fighter, from cardio to strength and conditioning to speed to nutrition to striking to grappling to wrestling, and really just honing it all in, that's how you become one of the greatest of all time. We've seen GSP, we've seen John Jones. They don't have holes. And that's the main thing. If you want to be in that conversation, you need to be unbelievable in every asset of the game.
And talking about holes and his game, his style, how would you break down his style? Because he has his hands down a lot. What kind of openings do you see?
The hands down is so that you don't see the shots coming. A lot of people don't have a very good peripheral vision, especially when we're all doing this nowadays. We're all sitting here looking at our phones and swiping. It's hard to see so far. Another reason why when I go play golf, I don't have my phone. I'm looking so far. I can see a ball 350 yards away. I'm like, there it is. It's practicing. It's using your eyes. It's using the muscles that you see. It's everything. And for me, my eyes and my intelligence are the biggest thing that I have. My fight IQ is unmatched, I believe. And again, I have to prove that. So for me, I'll go in there and I'll just go off the cuff, see what happens, see what shots are there, and take advantage of them.
And when you look at the fight in your mind, how do you see it playing out?
I think he's going to be very patient and cautious. I use the example of MVP versus Douglas Lima, where in this where he went out, and in the first 2.5 minutes, it was a lot of feinting, a lot of moving, a lot of trying to get Douglas to open up or throw and respond. He only threw 2 shots. And I think he's going to respect me, and I think he's going to understand how talented I am, and he is going to come out with a similar style to that. And if he doesn't, I'm going to finish him even faster.
Thank you.
Yeah. Ian, just 2 quick ones.
Yo.
Just 2 quick ones.
How was that time out in Brazil? Did you go eat in Brazil?
It was good.
Yeah, it was good, right? It's different.
It was good. So just going back to the fake Conor McGregor comments, he kind of expanded on it a little bit. He said he's the fake Conor McGregor. He's the BBL version. He called you BBL Gary. So do you have a nickname for MVP?
Dead.
Simple enough. And Kevin Holland actually spoke about his fight with him. And he said they talked afterward after the fight was over. And at his last fight, he was asked about it. He said, "What did you say to him?" He said, "Did he tell you guys?" No. He said he was kind of greasy, right? Kevin Holland compared him to trying to grab a wet bar of soap in the shower when he went to grapple with him. So when you hear things like that, when he might be greasy, what do you think about that?
What's he trying to imply there, out of curiosity? Is there a hidden thing he's trying to imply there without going all in? Hit me with that. What do you feel like?
I couldn't tell you. From what he told us, he said it was when he went to grapple MVP, he said it was hard to get a hold of the guy.
Well, yeah, he's like a fucking twig. He's skinny. He's going to slip out. Do you know what I mean? I don't know if he shaves his legs and stuff or he shaves his arms, but that makes it hard. Have you ever tried to grab a fish? It just slides out of your hand. When you get sweaty, that's why we see so many people shoot for takedowns early, because people are dry. Then later on it goes in the fight, we see people slip off and end up in positions they didn't want to because they jump it and, oh shit, it's slippy. And a lot of people don't train with no tops on ahead of the fight. And I think it's ridiculous, because you need to put yourself in the exact position that you're going to be in the fight. Cup on, gum shield in, gloves on, let's go. So I haven't got an idea of what he's going to be like to grapple, because I'm going to strike with him and I'm going to punch the mouth off him. But I think I've been able to grapple everyone I've ever needed to grapple in training ever. And even when they're good at defending, you just keep going. So I don't think Kevin Holland has the greatest wrestling offense or jiu-jitsu offense. He's good off his back to a certain extent, and he's got great striking, but I'm different. I'm built differently. Appreciate you guys. Enjoy the show.
Tira uma foto de todo mundo que tá aqui.
Mayra, obviously you had a chance to fight for a title. Didn't go the way that you wanted it to go, of course, but I just wonder what lessons you took out of, competing at that high level.
Você teve a chance de lutar por um título, não foi da maneira como você esperava, mas que experiências você extraiu de ter competido naquele nível, uma luta por título?
Na verdade,
as coisas fugiram um pouco do controle, né? Como todos sabem, eu tive uma lesão no segundo round, não consegui manter a luta que eu fiz no primeiro round. E fica de lição que eu sou a melhor do mundo, porque eu dominei a campeã e ela não conseguiu fazer absolutamente nada enquanto eu estava inteira.
I think, lessons can be extracted about this. The fact that I think people saw that I am the best in the world because I was able to actually neutralize and keep her at bay in that first round. As everybody knows, I had an injury starting the second round. So when I was 100%, she wasn't able to do anything. And that's the lesson that I can take out of it.
Obviously, there was the physical part of getting back over the injury, but the mental part, I guess, knowing that you were that close to having the title, was that difficult to deal with in the time between this fight?
Obviamente que teve a parte de se recuperar dessa lesão, mas também teve a outra parte que vem depois de recuperar da lesão, é pensar, poxa, eu estive tão próxima. Como é que você lidou com isso, o fato de que você estava ali?
Man, a glory of God is everything in my life. I don't know. I know I am the best in the world. My mind's okay. My heart's okay. Saturday, I promise, I give a show for everybody. I promise.
The fight back, main card, International Fight Week, Las Vegas. I guess, what did it say to you that the UFC put you back in this big featured position again?
Voltando a lutar, International Fight Week, card principal, 303 International Fight Week. Como é que você se sente que o UFC te colocou de volta nisso?
I'm feeling great, and it's another opportunity, I think now is going to be different than my last fight, and I'm ready for a show that I am the best.
What do you think of Macy as an opponent and what maybe she presents to you that you haven't seen before that could be challenging?
O que você pensa da Macy como adversária? O que ela mostra para você que outras não mostraram que pode ser desafio?
Nothing. I think something is different for her for another opponent is she is longer, she's move a lot, but she don't have nothing for me. I will finish her.
Last thing for me, you go out there and finish her, International Fight Week. Do you start talking about a title again, or do you wait? I know there's a couple contenders in line, but what do you feel the path is for you from here?
E a minha última pergunta, sabemos que é International Fight Week, você luta, você termina, você está esperando, mas você já, qual o próximo passo? Você já quer lutar por título novamente?
I believe that I am next because I finished my fight. I have a lot of performance of the night. I have a lot of fight of the night, and no exists in this division nobody like me. I am the best.
Mayra, over here. You had obviously fought in a lower weight class, and Macy's fought all the way up at featherweight too. So did you have to bring in anyone specifically to prepare for a woman that's just physically longer, but has also fought in much in higher weight classes than you?
Você já lutou mais leve, ela já lutou já em pena, ela já é uma pessoa maior. Você teve que trazer alguém especificamente para treinar com você, para trazer essa envergadura e também o tamanho dela?
Ma'am, I terminate ATT. I have the best in the world with me. I don't need nobody. I don't need nobody.
Are you surprised that you're returning to fight before Raquel Pennington, even though she won the title?
Você está surpresa que você está voltando a lutar antes dela, porque o fato ela ser campeã hoje, você está lutando antes?
No, because I think she don't like fight, Look, I fight too much with her. She don't like fight. She thinks she's a champion, but she don't is. I will prove I'm the best. I prove in the first round, but she's have a look and punch your jumping explosion. But she don't like fight.
A lot of people are debating whether Kayla Harrison or Julianna Pena should get the next title shot. I'm curious, who do you think deserves the next shot at the title?
Algumas pessoas falam em Kayla, outro... Você entendeu, pode falar.
I think everybody want to fight with Julianna because Julianna is easy money. Everybody. The champion wanted Julianna because it's more easy than Kayla. But I think Julianna deserves this chance because this is two chicken shit, yeah? And then I think she deserves because she ruined everyone, and then she won an easy fight.
If you do work your way back to a title shot and Kayla's there, would you guys have to have that conversation over because you both train at ATT?
No, I help her. She helped me. I think when this thing happened, we talk about, but we don't have problem about that because we are professional. And then we don't have problem about this. If you one day Dana White and Hunter talk about fight with Kayla, I think we fight because we fight in the gym. When pay, it's better.
And final one for me. Can I get your thoughts on the main event between Yuri and Alex?
Pensamentos gerais sobre como vai ser Poatan contra Yuri.
Chama. Chama. Knockout.
Mayra, what did you think of Kayla Harrison's UFC debut at UFC 300?
O que você achou da estreia da Kayla no 300?
She's amazing, man. She's a beast. I trained with her. It's hard. So hard.
Chama.
Lex, here you are, stepping in on short notice to save the day at International Fight Week. So I'm just curious, how you feel to be the guy that when Conor McGregor has to step out, the biggest star in the sport, they call you to step in.
Estamos aí com você, Alex, Semana Internacional da Luta. Acabou vindo para cá em 2 semanas, né, de aviso. Como é que você se sente aí sendo agora a estrela do show no lugar do Conor McGregor?
Eu estou sentindo muito bem, né? Independente se eu peguei a luta em cima da hora ou não. Estou feliz de estar lutando. É isso, estou muito feliz.
I feel very good right now, regardless short notice or not. I'm just very happy to be here.
Obviously, the first fight against Yuri, you got the result that you wanted. But when you break down your performance, how satisfied are you or dissatisfied with things you did in there in that performance?
Claro, na sua luta com o Prochazka você conseguiu o resultado que você queria, mas avaliando a luta agora, as coisas que você gostou e não gostou daquela luta. Como é que você avalia a sua performance?
Não, eu estou avaliando muito bem, né? Acho que foi tudo assim positivo. Claro que eu não esperava o nocaute, assim, igual eu sempre falei. Estou lutando ali pelos 5 rounds e se acontece algo assim como aconteceu, é claro que eu vou ficar muito mais feliz, mas é isso.
No, I think it was a very good fight. I think I'm very happy with my performance. You know what I mean? Did not expect that knockout. I always fight for 5 rounds. It happened before better, so I'm happy.
With Yuri, obviously everybody focused on kind of his wildness and his unpredictability. How difficult did you find that to adapt to in there, or was it easy?
Bom, o Jiri é cara que tem estilo imprevisível, bem solto, arrisca muito. Quão difícil você acha para lutar com um oponente como ele?
Não, sim, é um estilo diferente. A gente vê que é realmente um atleta ali sério, né? Então tem que tomar cuidado com tudo, né? Como eu falei, um estilo diferente, trocando a base, vem golpe de todo lado. Então tem que estar bem atento, né? Para que nada disso aconteça.
No, he's a great athlete. You know what I mean? I respect his style. He's a guy who composed and serious. He throw punches from everywhere. He's a different guy, so it's hard to find a guy like that.
Last thing for me, obviously you can't look past Saturday night, but what you've done already is historic. What more do you want to do from here? And I mean, the company would probably owe you a favor or two after this. So what do you hope to do from here?
Bom, não olhando, passando o sábado, né? Que sábado é o mais importante, mas digamos que ter tudo bem no sábado. Pô, você conquistou quase tudo já. Qual que seria o seu próximo passo? Achei que a companhia agora te deve um favor, né?
Bom, meu foco é estar defendendo meu cinturão, né? Quero ganhar essa luta e defendendo. Não tenho um plano, né, específico, o que eu vou fazer. Só quero defender. Vou estar preparado para qualquer um.
My focus is to defend my belt. I do not have a specific plan, but I just want to defend my belt and I'll be ready for anybody.
Alex, earlier today, Yuri was in here and he said that he believes you use shamans, magic, and spiritual help to compete in the octagon, and he would like to challenge you in this fight that you don't do that and you just perform physically.
O Jiri estava aqui mais cedo e falou de novo que acredita que você apela para a ajuda dos xamãs, né, e dos espíritos e da magia para ganhar as lutas e desafiou você a lutar sem nada disso, lutar seco.
Bom, acho que todo mundo tem um espírito, né? Acho que ninguém vive só com o corpo, né? Se ele não acredita ou se ele não encontrou, né, o espírito dele, eu não tenho culpa.
Well, everybody have their own spirit. We're not only made of flesh and bone. I found mine. If he did not found his, or if he does not believe, it's not my fault.
Do you believe Yuri is one of the more unusual men that you've fought?
Você acha que o Prochazka seria o cara assim, como eu posso colocar a palavra, mais diferente assim que você lutou assim no contexto geral?
Sim, diferente. Eu acho que sim, dá para considerar. Quando eu falo mais diferente, não que seja, como eu posso dizer,
No contexto geral, o unusual é a palavra como diferente no sentido assim, pô, um cara que não é diferente...
Não tecnicamente?
Não, no contexto geral.
Não, eu acho que, sei lá, cada um tem seu jeito, expressão, né? Para mim ele é um cara normal, né? Dessa forma, para mim ele é um cara normal.
On a normal way, man, for me he's a normal guy. Everybody have their own ways and their own expressions, but for me he's just a normal guy.
Alex, right here. On the UFC countdown, Yuri said he felt he was getting the better of you in round 2 before you scored the knockout. I'm curious, when you go back and watch that, do you agree? And do you see things that you really need to work on from that first fight, even though you won?
No countdown do UFC, o Jiri falou que acho que estava tendo o melhor da luta, estava ganhando, estava indo bem, até você nocautear ele. Você concorda com isso e acha que tem aspectos que você teria que melhorar ou não?
Não sei se eu concordo com ele, mas isso para mim não me importa, né? São 5 rounds, né? Então ele pode estar ganhando, né? Pô, chegar no último round eu posso ganhar ainda. Então, pergunta para ele o que ele acha quando ele lutou com o Glover.
Well, I don't know. Like for me, honestly, I see the fight like as a whole. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter how the fight's been playing, it's the result. So if it's like that, why don't you ask him what do he think of his fight with Glover?
Alex, right here. Alex, there's a photo on the internet that seems to show you on Google Maps working at the tire shop years ago. Can you confirm have you seen the photo and can you confirm whether or not it is you?
Tem uma foto no Google Maps, quando você coloca o endereço da borracharia, que mostra na foto lá você trabalhando anos atrás. Você confirma que é você naquela foto ali?
Com certeza. Acho que não dá para ver direito, que está meio embaçada a foto, mas eu me conheço e com certeza sou eu.
No, absolutely, it's me. You can really have a full image, you know what I mean, because it looks a little cloudy, but for sure I know myself that's me.
When you reflect on that time in your life, what do you remember most compared to your life now?
Quando você lembra daquela época na sua vida, o que você compara mais comparado com você agora?
Um cara mais maduro, né, experiente, que tem planos, né, tem objetivos, sonhos, é muito diferente.
A much more mature person, a guy that now have goals, have plans, so I think somebody much different than before.
And my final question, just wondering your thoughts on the upcoming fight between Tom Aspinall and Curtis Blades.
a última dele. O que você acha da luta do Tom Aspinall com o Curtis Blades que está vindo aí?
Pô, não sei não.
I don't know.
Thank you.
Alex, right here to your right. Regarding your YouTube, I was curious, why did you feel like now was the time to tell that untold story from alcoholism to becoming world UFC champion?
Bom, falando sobre o seu YouTube, por que você acha que agora é a hora de você estar falando da sua história não contada sobre a sua vitória sobre o alcoolismo até virar campeão?
Bom, acho que foi uma fase assim, muito difícil, né? Muito triste, né? Todo mundo sabe quem tem problema com álcool, né? Isso não afeta só a pessoa que tá bebendo, mas afeta todas as pessoas que realmente gostam, né, da pessoa. Então, eu acho que eu não estava só prejudicando só a mim, mas assim essas outras pessoas e, bom, diversas coisas, né, que fez com que eu tomasse essa decisão, né, de estar parando, né? Mas não, tenho certeza que o esporte, pô, foi a principal causa aí para me livrar desse vício.
I felt like I had to tell the story, show people that sometimes the alcoholism does not only affect you, but actually affect everybody around you. And I wanted to just show people that the sport can save you.
Reflecting on that story, it reminded me of one that Shaquille O'Neal, NBA legend, had shared. Basically, his father had brought him after a game, after he had a bad game, and showed him a homeless family on the street and said, that's pressure. For you, when you reflect on your story, what do you characterize as pressure now?
Bom, isso até lembra ele da história do Shaquille O'Neal, né, lenda do basquete, porque teve uma vez que ele falou pro pai dele que não estava aguentando a pressão do jogo. E o pai dele levou ele na rua e mostrou, né, o sem-teto, um mendigo lá, passando fome, e falou, isso aí é pressão. Aí, como é que você reflete hoje no nível de pressão que você tem, comparado com aquela época?
Bom, eu olho, igual falou da foto ali na borracharia, né? Como eu falei, uma vida um pouco sofrida, né? Tem muitas boas lembranças, mas também muitas más lembranças. E a mesma coisa, eu não quero voltar para essa vida, né? Então eu estou trabalhando, né? E também não quero que meus filhos passem pelo que eu passei. Então estou fazendo de tudo aí para dar uma vida melhor para eles. Então eu olho para isso, né? Para me motivar.
I can relate to that because, you know what I mean, same as we just spoke about the photo on the tire shop, you know what I mean, they were very hard times for me, and I do not want to go back to that. I want to be able to give my kids a better life and keep making sure that they don't live the same.
My final question, reflecting on all those many successes and moments of triumph in your life, what do you feel like stands as the greatest and like the most fulfilling that you've experienced so far?
De todas as conquistas da sua vida, qual que você acha que foi a maior conquista que você já tem, assim, que você se sente mais satisfeito com ela?
De ser uma pessoa melhor.
Of being a better person.
Thank you.
Alex, I just wanted your opinion on Conor McGregor pulling out with a broken toe when we all know that you fought with a broken toe at UFC 300.
Queria saber sua opinião sobre o Conor McGregor sair da luta por causa do dedinho quebrado e você lutar com o dedinho quebrado.
Eu acho que são situações diferentes. Eu acho que ele fez a melhor coisa. Porque eu não aconselho ninguém a estar lutando com o dedo quebrado, porque isso limita muito, né? Fiquei bastante limitado. As condições são outras, né? Pô, o cara, né, tem a vida dele, trabalhou para isso, de conquistar tudo que conquistou. Eu estou no meio do caminho, estou conquistando as minhas coisas. Então eu aceitei, achei melhor aceitar, né, de lutar, né, fazer a luta mesmo com o dedo quebrado, porque eu estava em outras condições. Então eu acho que ele fez a melhor coisa. Talvez eu no lugar dele faria o mesmo.
Well, can never judge people's pain, you know what I mean? Like different scenarios, different situations. You know what I mean? He made his name, he made his money, he made his life. I'm kind of halfway there. So I fought with the broken toe due to my situation, but maybe if I was on his situation, I had not fought. So we cannot judge.
And finally, were you guaranteed a rematch with Yuri if you were to lose?
Se der alguma coisa errada sábado, você tem uma revanche garantida com o Prochazka?
Não tem nada certo, né? Mas eu acredito que a organização, né, o UFC tenha esse interesse, porque imagina eu perdendo a luta, pô, estaria 1-1 e, pô, beleza, o Prochazka lá é o campeão, tal. Quem que vai enfrentar ele? Tem vários, mas eu acho que uma luta que venderia melhor seria, né, uma terceira luta.
Nothing's right with the organization, but I think that, you know what I mean, if in case that Jiri wins on Saturday, I think it makes more sense for organization for a straight rematch. You have a lot of guys over there on the line, but I think in terms of making a fight, I think that would make more sense.
Alex, right here. Your old buddy Anthony Smith said in his analysis of this fight that he thinks this situation is the best case scenario for Yuri to win. Do you think that's fair at all, especially given your history in kickboxing, the amount of times you fought on short notice, multiple times on a night? Do you think that's off analysis from Anthony?
Bom, o Anthony Smith falou que ele acha que com toda a situação que está essa luta, melhor caso pro Jiri ganhar, né? Você sendo um cara do kickboxing que está acostumado a lutar sempre, né? Tá bem experiente. O que você fala disso aí? O Anthony Smith veio aqui e falou que acha que dá muita chance do Jiri ganhar por causa da situação da luta ser de última hora e tudo. Mas você é um cara do kickbox acostumado a lutar sempre. O que você tem a dizer sobre isso aí?
Não tem nada a dizer não. Essa é a opinião dele. E eu acho que eu espero que ele tenha uma boa luta, o Anthony Smith.
I don't have nothing to say. That's his opinion. I hope he have a good fight.
If he wins, are you interested in maybe fighting him, getting this done?
Você ganhando, sabe, é um cara que você teria interessado a lutar?
Eu luto com qualquer um, né? Não sou eu que escolho, né? Vou estar pronto, vou estar preparado, assim como eu tô pronto para essa luta.
I'll fight anybody, man. I'm not the one that choose, but I'll be ready just like I was for this fight.
Alex, just over here. You've captured titles in 2 divisions now, and you've headlined some of the biggest events. What is left for you to achieve? Do you have any other goals?
Bom, você agora conquistou 2 cinturões e já fez luta principal nos maiores eventos. O que falta ainda aí para você conquistar, você acha? Tem mais algum objetivo?
Não tenho nada específico, né? Igual eu falei, eu quero defender o meu cinturão. Né? Eu não sei quanto tempo eu fico, né, nesse esporte, tenho 36, vou fazer 37, mas eu me sinto muito bem. Mas eu não posso te falar quando que eu paro, né? E é isso.
Well, I feel good now. I want to defend my belt. I'm 36 years old. I'm turning 37 soon. So I do not know how long I'll be on the sport or how long I'll be fighting. So that's it.
And of course you have history with Israel Adesanya, and he has a chance to regain his title soon against Dricus du Plessis. How do you see that fight going down?
Bom, você tem uma história com a Adesanya e agora está marcado para lutar com o Dricus du Plessis. O que você tem a falar sobre essa luta aí?
Não tem muita coisa também não para falar, mas às vezes eu ultimamente estou errando muito, né? Mas de dar opiniões em lutas, por isso que eu não gosto de fazer isso. Mas sinceramente eu não vejo o Israel perdendo.
Well, don't want to predict too much of the fight. Can never know, but I do not see. Você não vê o Israel perdendo, né? I do not see Israel Adesanya losing this fight.
Thank you.
Alex, the fight is a short notice, quick turnaround. How are you able to draw on those same experiences that you've dealt with in kickboxing and apply it for this situation?
Bom, essa luta aí só em 2 semanas, né? Com uma reviravolta rápida. Mas você já teve essa experiência no kickbox. Como é que você consegue usar essa experiência de estar lutando em cima da hora no kickbox para trazer para essa luta para MMA?
Bom, uma escola, né? O kickbox para mim foi uma escola, né? Tá chegando num grande evento e já ter passado por situações parecidas, eu diria que passei por situações até piores, né? Então eu estou acostumado com tudo isso. A luta é luta, ninguém sabe o que acontece e eu quero ganhar.
Well, kickboxing for me was a school, made me go through all, sometimes even better, even worse scenarios that I'm fighting now Saturday, so I'm just here to focus on fight.
Thank you.
Chama.
Good afternoon, everyone. For those of you who haven't seen one of these before, pretty good turnout. There may be some here. A few years back, we started this recognition program in our anti-doping program. First off, my name is Jeff Nowitzki. This is Donna Marcolini. We work with the anti-doping compliance team here at the UFC. And a few years back, we started a recognition program honoring athletes like Anthony Smith that have achieved testing milestones with a perfect test history. Anthony happens to recently achieved 50 perfect tests. Really, Anthony epitomizes our recipients of this program. They all have things in common. Those things are, A, they have staying power. They've been around for a while to get to 50 tests. Anthony's going on his 9th year in the UFC. Number 2, they've been successful. Any good testing program, when you distribute your testing numbers, you distribute them to your most successful athletes. So most of these athletes have been in the top 10, top 5, and championship level fighters. And then lastly, they're all dogs. They all grind, because in this program, you don't have the shortcuts that you can go to. You can't use things that'll help you recover or help you get stronger. It's really, truly a lot of hard work, a ton of hard work. To compound that, these guys are responsible for where they are every day of the year, 365 days. And when you have somebody like Anthony that is not only a busy fighter training, but he also does commentary. So every time he travels somewhere, he's responsible for letting us know where he's at so he can be tested. And he's done this perfectly throughout his 9 years. So we hope, as part of the story you tell of Anthony this week and his fighting and taking this last-minute fight, a part of that story also is that he's a clean athlete and has done all these right things, and that's what this program's all about. So congratulations, Anthony. We're really proud of you. And here's your 50-time jacket.
It's a pretty cool jacket.
I was just saying, obviously we've got a fight to talk about, but I mean, just the moment, getting a jacket, getting the award for this, the presentation, what does that mean for you?
Dude, this means a lot to me. You guys know I've always been, the anti-PD guy and really holding people accountable and holding their feet to the fire. It's guys like me wouldn't survive without this program. I'm not the most gifted athlete. I never have been the most gifted athlete. And I've just always been committed. It's not like there wasn't opportunities early on in my career, just like a lot of people in my era. That could have all been very different. But without Jeff and Donna keeping it clean, like guys like me aren't going to make it. Like we're already a little bit behind, and we make up for it by being dogs and having a better work ethic and being able to go through the fire a little more than other people. But if people are getting a head start on us, the guys like me aren't going to make it. So, and like Jeff said, it is tough to be kind of tracked 365 days a year. A lot of times I feel bad. I am in Donna's text messages constantly, like, oh my God, I'm at the airport, I'm about to fuck this up. Like I need you to help me change my whereabouts. Like before I actually leave. In the testers, or even when USADA was around, like my kids, as my kids are growing, they're seeing these people all the time, like, oh, Dennis is here. Like they just at some point become part of the regular routine. They're just used to seeing it. So this is a pretty cool thing for me. It really is.
That's awesome, man. Well said. All right, let's talk about the fight, right? Obviously, no more short notice fights for you. You really got to manage the decisions at the end of the career. I guess, talk to me about, at the end of the day, you're just a fighter and that's what you do?
Yeah, listen, I told you guys before, I'm kind of trying to keep everything, like all these fights in a box. And I just make the decision based on that. It's kind of my new mindset. It's kind of this new thing that I'm going through. And I'm just not concerning myself so much with the title or where I'm at in the division or who's next. And none of that matters. I just take whatever the offer is and I put it in a box and I make the right decision based on that and not where it would get me if I win. So when I was training with Jamal, I'd already been helping him get ready for Olberg. I'd already had Olberg on my mind for 4 or 5 weeks, trying to help Jamal get ready for him. Excuse me. And then Jamal was in Omaha when kind of this whole mess kind of started. And, I had already been talking to Hunter and let Hunter know, like, look, I'm in shape. I'm ready to fight. Should you need me, this is before Jamal was hurt, like, if there's any main event situations that pop up, like anywhere I would be, like you would need my help, like I'm in shape and I'm ready to go. And then Jamal got hurt. And I was like, well, I fucking think I know where this is going. Like, that wasn't exactly the plan, but it is what it is. But I like the Ulberg fight. I like his style. I like his game. He was streaking. He's hot right now. It's a tough fight. But I felt familiar with him. So I was willing to step in and do that. And then this whole mess of, that all happens, and it is what it is.
Well, I was going to say, then when it changes again, do you go, oh, well, hold on, I don't know if I was ready for that.
No, not really. I mean, it's a different fight. So, I mean, I'm not a guy that really likes change that much. So, like, there was that initial, like, motherfucker, like, God damn it. Like, I was pretty comfortable with at that point with the Ulberg fight. But it's hard to not want to fight a guy like Dolidze, and I mean that with the utmost respect. Like, he's an absolute dog. He brings the fight. You don't have to convince him to fight. He's got a great skill set. I think his style really, I don't know, it mends well with mine. Like, it meshes well with mine, where I think we're going to have a goddamn barn burner. Like, he's not going to take a backward step, and neither am I. I like guys like that. I got a lot of respect for guys like that. So that part's exciting, and it's a little bit, it gives you a little bit of nerves, where you're like, I like that feeling. It's why I still do this. So, like, he makes me a little bit nervous, and I like it.
Dig it. The weight class, do you think it has any impact? I think he said he probably deserves to be a light heavyweight anyway, or needs to be. I don't know. What do you think?
He's a big dude. I mean, he's not a small middleweight. He's not the smallest light heavyweight. I'll tell you that. As far as impact goes, I think that him moving up says a lot about my division. So if you guys want to do your jobs, go ask every available light heavyweight why there's a middleweight fighting this fight. They're going to make up a bunch of shit, but I think you guys can read between the lines. Every single one of them said no. So, I'm the veteran, I'm the gatekeeper, like whatever those guys say. Well, why does Anthony get paid so much? And why does he get this opportunity? And why does he do this? Because I'm willing to do this shit that you guys won't do. Me fighting a middleweight on Saturday proves that to everybody. So I think all those guys just got exposed.
Strong words. Should be a great fight, like you said.
100%. And serious shout out to Roman Dolidze. It takes a lot of balls. Dude flew back to the States to step in there, a weight class up against a ranked opponent. That's a big deal. I think he should get a lot of credit for that.
I love it. Last thing for me, as you said, you're kind of everything in a box, not worried about where it projects you, et cetera. But just like schedule, frequency. I mean, after this, do you need time off, or is it like, hey, if another offer comes up, let me know. What's the plan?
Yeah, I'm afraid to say that because every time I say that, I fight. Like, I don't know why it works out like that. But yeah, I mean, there's some boxes at this point in my career that I want to check. There's a couple arenas I'd like to fight in. I've never fought MSG before. I think it'd be a shame if I ended my career without fighting MSG. I just don't want to look too far ahead, so it feels uncomfortable to say, well, if this November doesn't work, I'll catch the next one. Like, I'll be working on 37 on the next one. So if I can squeeze in November or something like that, I think that'd be cool, just like a bucket list thing.
Anthony, right here. When Roman was in here earlier, he said that he was quite familiar with you because John Jones brought him into his camp for your title fight because,
oh, that's cool.
Quote, he said John was very concerned about your jiu-jitsu.
Mm-hmm.
I guess, what do you just make of that, kind of the connection here? Does that...
Oh, that's great. I didn't know that. That's crazy. That's kind of cool. Yeah, he's got an incredible jiu-jitsu game. We've rolled a couple rounds together. He's a tough dude. He's a good dude. He's very, very good at jiu-jitsu. So I have a little bit of familiarity with him. I've obviously worked the desk, several times with him on the card. And honestly, I mean, you guys can go back and look at some of those shows. Like, I really raved about his game and his jiu-jitsu, and honestly, how frustrating it was at times to see him go into these fights and not do a whole lot of jiu-jitsu. So that's a really cool that's a fun fact. I didn't know that.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, we know the title fight is the main event on this card. Mm-hmm. You're not looking past this, but if you win, do you use that mic time, especially for something looking towards that main event?
Yeah. I mean, probably, but I said that in the last fight too. But I think I need to delegate, maybe to Lloyd or Scotty or Mark, like, to remind me, because I am living in the moment right now. Like, I'm doing a really good job of just staying in the moment and being where my feet are. So, like, I fought in Brazil, and, like, I didn't even, Alex Pereira's, like, making fun of me in the crowd, and, like, I didn't even realize it, like, because I'm just, like, I'm living, like, where I am, and I was just ready to go hit the beach. So, I don't know. We'll see. I'll cross that bridge when I get there. Got to get through Roma Dolidze first, though.
Anthony, over here.
Yes,
Just a few minutes ago, you said, like, fellow fighters were, like, kind of calling you a gatekeeper and talking about your pay. Do people actually bring up, like, your pay, like you said? Like, why is Anthony getting...
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Like, fellow fighters?
Yeah,
do
we
that?
hear that shit in the back all the time.
Like, fellow fighters saying
Oh, yeah.
that?
Oh, yeah. It's weird, right? Yeah, it's very weird. Like, what if you guys were out there arguing about who makes more money? That'd be fucking weird, right? Yeah.
Your coach on, I think it was on Embedded or Countdown, whatever, said, like, taking this fight on short notice, you kind of immediately get into prep day. You don't really have time to, like, focus on, like, this obviously a long camp. So do you, I know you said you don't normally want to take all these short notice ones now, but Roman was in here and he said that he likes this because he doesn't have to do all the media. He doesn't have to do all the interviews. He doesn't have to do all the prep, both mentally like that. Is this best case scenario for you two, just get right into the fight?
No, none of that stuff really changes for me, whether it's short notice or I have more notice. It's all kind of the same for me. Like, my media schedule is about the same as it typically is. And I don't really do that many interviews anymore. I do a couple here and there, but so that doesn't really change. That would make sense. Like, for him, though, I can get that. He's not like a media darling. And I don't mean that in like a negative way. You just don't see a lot of him in the media. So him being able to come into a big card like this and a big opportunity and, a lot of eyes on our fight without having to worry about the bullshit, I get that.
And then unrelated to this fight, but I feel like I should ask you this. Cub Swanson was in here earlier, and he was saying that he's just noticing fans don't really do their research on the original fighters that kind of paved the way, and he kind of brought up all the WEC guys and everything. I'm curious, do you see that too, like all of these fans that, like specifically we talked about how people view Jose Aldo as the guy that lost to Conor, and they don't really bring up the WEC Jose Aldo. They don't know that. So do you get, like, what do you say to those fans that, they don't know that you fought in Strikeforce? They don't remember you as a middleweight and everything.
Yeah, just in general, I think as our fan base is getting younger, they just weren't around for those days. And I mean, to be honest, I think a lot of younger fans probably don't go back and watch the 91 Bears, or like they just don't go back and do their research. But I would urge them, like, to go back and get on UFC Fight Pass and go watch like the WC days and the Pride fights and Strikeforce. There's a lot of good fights in there. I just think it would be fun to go back and see all that stuff. And I get it from Cub, because like I've seen Cub kind of recently getting some dust-ups online, kind of along those lines of just not being respected. And my generation of fighter put Cub's generation on a pedestal. If Cub Swanson and the people that came with him never were around, that people like me wouldn't be here. And that just keeps on rolling, Like, if I'm not here, then the people that came after me wouldn't be here either. So I get Cubs' frustration with that, though, because I do feel it myself.
Anthony Sayre, just going off that real quick, Shogun going in the Hall of Fame this week.
Wild.
Of course, you're an opponent of him. Just, I guess, reflect on what you feel he meant to the sport, what it meant to you to get the chance to fight him while he was still fairly on top of the game.
Yeah, Shogun, I mean, legend isn't even a good enough word for, or like it's not a good enough word to describe Shogun. In terms of, my history with Shogun, I wish there was a way that I could repay him for what he did for me. He gave me an opportunity when he didn't have to. They were talking about him going into a title fight following, a win. That's all he needed was a win. He took a big risk, and I think that says a lot about his character and just who he is. And that opportunity skyrocketed me. It was my first main event. It was on short notice, and a lot of really good things happened for me and my family, and my earning ability and where I am as a fighter today started with Shogun and that chance that he gave me. So I've seen him a couple times since then, and to be honest with you guys, I've always been too nervous to go up and talk to him. I still feel like that about Shogun. Like, I still get starstruck. So Shogun Hua means a lot to me.
Anthony, over here.
Mm-hmm.
I know probably because of the short notice you didn't get to train out in Colorado at Factory X. Will Mark Montoya be in your corner?
I was in Denver.
Oh, you were? Okay,
yeah,
gotcha.
yeah, I was there. Yeah, and he'll be here.
Okay,
for
that's
sure.
great. And something I know you've done in the past, usually like, going out in the RV with the kids and stuff during the summer. I'm guessing that's kind of on hold right now as you see what happens with this fight.
Yeah, you guys dragged me from the pool. I was spending a lot of time by the pool. But yeah, I mean, this is like best case scenario for me. I was training. Jamal was in Omaha, which made it really easy for me. I was in shape. I was doing my thing, like kind of free and open because I didn't have like a target. I was just training hard. And then this pops up, and so I just gotta like pull myself out of the pool for a couple weeks and then come here, fight, and you guys catch me at the pool on Sunday. So this is like best case scenario for me.
And just last one for me, you mentioned training with Jamal Hill. You two were supposed to fight. Now you've kind of developed a bit of a friendship. He came out and trained with you. Can you just expand a bit on that and how you guys went from, possible opponents to now being, training together?
Yeah, so when Jamal first came into the UFC, I worked that card, and the fight goes the way it goes, and I talked to him afterwards and gave him some advice. He's really green in the sport, and but I seen his potential and his willingness to learn and his openness, and kind of going back to the respect thing. Like, he had a lot of respect for the guys that came before him. Like if I have something to say, Jamal gives me the respect to at least hear me out. So that's kind of how it started. Then we got matched up, and neither one of us really liked it that much, but it was kind of, this is our job, it's what we have to do. And then we weren't, then he goes and fights Glover, and then I go to Grand Rapids and help him get ready for that fight, and then he wins the title. And so it's weird, our career paths are kind of weird. It was supposed to be me versus Jamal, then it was, after that was me versus Khalil, then it was supposed to be Jamal versus Khalil, and then it's Jamal versus Olberg, then me versus Olberg. The whole thing's really, really weird. We're in this weird, MMA is crazy, but yeah, it's the whole thing's weird, and it just, it is what it is. I'm sure at some point we're gonna have to sit down and have that tough conversation when both of us get a call that we don't want, but again, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Awesome. Thanks, everybody.
Joe, I know you said you tried to stay quiet during the lead up to this fight, not do a lot of talking, but obviously all the interviews and all the cameras are getting in front of your face because it's fight week. Is it harder to bite your tongue at this point, or is it still easy to stay quiet at this moment?
Nah, I think it's always hard to bite my tongue. I don't like holding what I have to say and how I feel, you know what I mean? But I can't really say I'm feeling. If you poke the right subject, I'll probably open up. But yeah, I mean, I'm just ready to get through this media, finish my cut, look this dude in the face and punch him in the fucking mouth. So.
I know you said in the build-up to this one, sleep and diet were kind of the biggest changes that you made in adjustments. Why were those the things you identified that needed to be fixed?
Yeah, I mean, to be just 100% honest, I did not have enough carbs in my diet, so I was always in a deficit, and I was pushing 22 to 2,400 calories a day in camp with training. Like that's what I'm sweating, and you know, not including like what I'm sleeping off. So I was probably in the 100 to 150, and I would eat that after training. So it was just lack of knowledge of understanding what to eat, when to eat, not having a nutritionist. And then so I really got to work with the UFC's people, with Glenn, and yeah, they've really narrowed down a good diet plan for me. I've always eaten clean. That's never been the problem, but they really narrowed down my my diet for me and what to eat, when to eat, and have a good schedule for me. And then obviously my sleep. I'm a high anxiety guy when it comes, maybe it's not anxiety, but I'm always looking to do something, you know what I mean? So I'm a busybody.
Have you felt the difference? I mean, is one camp enough to feel the difference that those adjustments that you made make?
Oh, for sure. Mentally, like me even being present right now, like wanting to be here and, you know, obviously I think it played a huge part. I think I warped my mind a little bit, like burnt myself out. So yeah, but now, you know, I'm good. I feel good now, and I want to be here, and I'm excited, and I've always wanted to be here. But it makes it a little bit easier each time. So I definitely felt a difference, and definitely felt like I could get through the practices much better than previous. And the best way to explain it is like I would show up some days and just be in survival mode, like let's get through this practice, because I was so depleted, versus like let's dig this practice and try to push and really blow our lungs out.
Nice. Last thing for me, you know, we always just talk about the target that you had placed on your back from the very beginning, right? So you get this win on Saturday, you start the win streak again. Are you hoping that same attention, that same energy is around you, or are you hoping to do things a little bit different in this run?
Johnny boy, all I got to do is knock this motherfucker out, whoop his ass, dominate, do what I do best, and I'm going to be right back where I am. I'm 27 years old. All these turds talking shit on social media, all these shitty fans, it's all good. They're not real fans. They don't know their homework, bro. I'm 27 years old. I got 15 pro fights. I'll go out there. I'll do my thing. I'm not going to change who I am. I'm still going to talk shit. I'm still going to be a jerk off. And, yeah, that's how it is. So you don't like me, don't fucking ask me a question. You know what I mean? Like, don't follow me. That's the weirdest fucking. It's like the weirdest click ever dealing with the downside of a loss. Like, you know, I put my body on the line, my health, and all these things. I go out, I fight a guy. Everybody's acting like I got knocked out or I got choked out or something. It's like, bro, I lost a decision and I lost by 1 round. And in the 3rd round, got hit in the eyeball, couldn't see the guy for the rest of the fight. You know what I mean? So it's just people's like delusion. It's like I lost by that much, and the dude's got 17 UFC fights. That was my 5th one, and I'm out there performing at that on my 5th fight. So, yeah, no, I'll be right back where I belong. Trust me.
Joe, over here. Kind of to go off of that, making the changes you did in camp, even before that, you were finding a lot of success in the UFC, but now that, you know, you've changed the diet and the sleep and everything, and you're no longer depleted, how good do you think we'll see you perform now that you have all of this?
I don't know. That's why I'm fighting. You know, I want to find out how far I can take this, right? So I have this speculation that I fix things just based on how I feel, but we don't really know, bro, until, you know, the fight's going and we're exchanging, and we'll see how I feel. I think people are being a little bit dramatic with how bad my cardio is. Look, I made it through 2 sessions of 5-5-minute rounds my last camp for Jack, and it's not why I lost. The man had a better game plan. He stuck to it, right? But I was sick from December 22nd till January 21st with one of the worst. I have no idea what I had. I was coughing up phlegm, coughing up blood. Brendan Allen came up to help me and everything, and I was dead sick. I was dead sick even on the Joe Rogan podcast on January 17th, and then I still fought, February 10th? So, bro, I had like 2.5 weeks where I wasn't dead sick. My coaches wanted to pull me and everything, and it didn't bother me. I still was like, man, I think I can beat this guy. Like, I believe it. I can knock him out. I can do this. I can do that. And we took the chance. So even in the loss, I'm still getting attention and I'm still learning. You know what I mean? So ain't nothing changed over here, bro. The only thing that changed was the social media world, but nothing's changed in my heart. Nothing's changed in my mind.
Is the social media part what you were referring to, that you have to bite your tongue about?
Yeah, 100%, bro. We live in a woke fucking world, a bunch of little weak bitches. So I just I don't have much respect for a lot of people that have to bite their tongue because it's the social norm. Social norms doesn't make it right. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of shit that I don't fuck with.
Looking at this fight specifically, you know, Marc-Andre is pretty well known to being a very durable guy. Like, usually when you get in there, it's three hard rounds, 5 rounds. You're obviously famous.
He's fought 5 rounds?
Not 5 rounds. I was going to say, like, you fought 5 rounds. He's done a lot of 3 hard round fights. You obviously kind of blew up on the internet when you broke Francis's punch record. So when you have a guy like yourself who hits harder than almost anyone in this division against a very durable guy like Marc-Andre, what kind of fight are you expecting?
I think his durability is blown up. I think he's got a lot of heart. I think he is durable, yes, but I don't think that I don't think it's like a staple that you guys should be putting on. I'm not saying you guys, but like just people in general, like the narrative, he's a durable guy. Listen, are you talking about his skills? Are you talking about his punching power? Like, cool. He fights boring fucking decisions. Chris Curtis' fight was terrible. And it wasn't Chris Curtis's fault. Like, Chris was doing his thing. It's just, I feel like styles make matches, right? I think he's a good dude. I think he's a tough guy. I've heard that he's a nice guy. He's a good guy. You know, but we're going to fight. And, yeah, I don't care how fucking durable you think your chin is, bud. When I crack you, if I get a clean one, I will hurt you. Look at Jack. I didn't hurt him, but he still said I was one of the hardest people to hit him. So it's just, I need to get a clean one, man. I was doing good that fight, throwing combinations, and then, you know, Mark's a totally different fighter. He's a veteran. I think he's been in this, you know, the game for a while, and I got respect for him. You know what I mean? I'm not his friend, but I got respect for him, and I think he's tough. So that's all I can say. I don't think he is got a set of skills that I'm going to be like, oh my God, I can't deal with this. He's going to try and push forward. He's going to try to make it ugly. He's going to want to clinch. He's going to want to throw uppercuts. He's going to want to throw shitty knees and some elbows. And he's going to be tough. He could beat me that way, right? He could if I let him dictate that. But he's also a guy that's willing to exchange with me, and I'm going to catch him inside there. That's what I do. I do great when people get aggressive. So if you look at how Jack fought me, he hit, ran. So, and then he took me down.
And then final one for me. Can I just get your thoughts on the main event between Alex and Yuri?
Bunch of fucking voodoo shit going on. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I'm bummed out. I wish it was Connor. I like Jiri. I like Alex. I think Alex is just becoming, you know, huge in the sport. It's his presence. It's the way he carries himself. He's not so socially open. You know what I mean? We'll walk by each other. I think me and Alex have walked by each other like 10 times. We've never said hello. I say hello to his coach, but we don't say hello to each other. There's just like, you know what I mean? That's a good way to carry yourself. I like that. So, yeah, it's going to be a good main event. I picked Jiri to win the last one. I thought he was winning it, and then obviously he got finished. So Alex has got that kind of power too. And Alex broke the record that I beat, by the way. But I want to hit it again. Hopefully with Alex there one day, because when I hit it, I had a torn shoulder and I shouldn't have hit it. So, and I also had a big glove. Give me a little glove.
Joe, just right here. Just curious who you think has the nicer white bucket hat between you and our friend here in the front row.
Well, since this is my sponsor, I'm going to have to go with me. What brand is that? Yeah, I'm going to go with me. Hey, I look better with it, you know what I'm saying?
Just a quick one over here. Yeah, just here.
Hello.
Just because it's your weight class, what's your opinion on the title fight coming up between Israel Adesanya and Dricus du Plessis? How do you think that goes down?
Yeah, that's interesting. That's a rivalry, right? Like after all the bad things said between each other, it's actually not that bad, but it's, you know, that's the narrative that's going to be built. Yeah, I don't know. I hope Izzy gets it done. I've been watching Izzy for a long time. Dricus I haven't watched as much, but he's tough. You know, two guys that don't like each other is always a good fight. And I don't think Izzy's going to change much, right? He's gonna stick to what he's good at doing, and that's picking people apart. So I don't really know who's going to win that. You also have to throw in the wild card of like Dricus. He can wrestle and make it ugly and make it like a crazy panic. So that's tough, man. I don't know. I would have to go with the veteran since I got my ass whooped by one. I'll have to go with Izzy.
Thank you.
Joe, over here. You mentioned Brendan Allen and training with him your last camp. Obviously, he's a teammate of Marc-Andre Barriault. I'm guessing you two didn't train for this camp?
Nah, we didn't train this camp. And yeah, I know that they trained at the same gym. I don't really know how much they worked with each other. You know, I don't give a shit. Brendan could tell him everything he wants. It's still not going to change the result. And I don't think that they're boys like that. I think they're cool. And they do a good job, man. Like, they're not intervening. Like, yeah, I mean, I don't even think it's a factor. Brendan helps me. I'm cool with him. I'm cool with Tuco. Yeah, Mark doesn't really speak good fucking English, so. Well, he's not. I don't even know if he's going to understand half of
that
it.
a little bit. He has an accent, but he speaks perfectly fine English, I think.
Does he?
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
I can't understand him.
Okay. Well, anyways, I'm Canadian, so understandable.
Well, USA, baby.
Yeah,
Hate to let
I
you down,
understand,
brother.
I understand. And just sort of on that line of questioning as well, what does it say about your gym? A lot of fighters come to your gym and train with you guys, and I know there's like a standard and there's a work ethic. How cool is that for you, just as someone who's been there for a long time, and to see a lot of fighters come through and want to help you guys out?
Yeah, man. Everybody that's in the UFC, you know, besides me and Andre Prochazka, we came like 3 years ago, almost 4 years ago now, to Team Marquez and Webb. And, you know, Sean's homegrown from the UFC. Jeremiah Wells is homegrown. Pat Sabatini's homegrown. So it's cool. We got 5 of us. And then we got Nursultan, who joined too. And, you know, so we're all building a team, and that's what we want, right? We want that camaraderie. Like, you got all these big name gyms, and there's not a lot of one-on-one attention in those gyms. But, you know, we get a lot of one-on-one looks. We got a lot of good coaches that give us individual time. And, yeah, I'm proud to be a part of it, man. And these guys are selfless. Like, they lose money coming out here most of the time because we're not, you know, champions making crazy money yet. But, you know, time. It's cool to be a part of it and have people that actually love you and care about you as coaches. So can't ask for a better team, brother.
Gotta show you my outfit real quick.
We don't normally get a fashion show to start media day.
That was a little extra, I'm not going to lie.
Michelle, you've been fighting at a high level for a long time, right? So to be here, International Fight Week, UFC 303, Las Vegas, I mean, is it still like a special feeling, or is it just like the next assignment for you?
It is very special. Every fight is very special. And it's crazy. It's just, I don't know. I just feel it might be that I'm getting older and just appreciating things a lot more, trying to slow things down. Sometimes you get wrapped up in all of this, and the nerves can take over. You don't pay attention to what's really important. And I think that I've just been having an amazing time just slowing things down and taking it all in and really just appreciating this blessed life that I get to live.
Is that specific to like this camp and this time period, or is it something that you've been able to do over time lately?
You know, I think it stemmed a lot from my last fight. I was heartbroken. I felt like I got opportunity taken away from me. Any fighter that gets stopped and it's not their choice, it's going to be heartbreaking, right? But I remember crying, being mad, being upset, being in the ambulance, and then getting shipped to the ER and hanging out back there and kind of being a little sore loser. And then realizing I'm in the ER, I just got paid, I got a cut and a broken nose, and there are other people that are getting shuffled back and with gunshot wounds, having heart attacks, with their family on the other side of the door, fearful that they're never going to be able to see their family member again. And then I just realized like how blessed I was to be able to do what I do. And at that point, I had a huge smile on my face. You know, I'm just chopping it up with Bryce Mitchell, and he made me laugh because he goes, "You know why they stopped your fight, right?" I was like, "Why?" He's like, "'Cause you ain't ugly." He's like, "My ass is ugly. They let me keep going." And he just, you know, he put a smile on my face. And the truth is, 18 plus years, I know in my heart I'm a warrior. I know I'm a fighter. That's all that matters. I come out here, I train my butt off. I have the ability to train with my husband. I have the ability to, do a lot of cool things with my daughter. We've been able to travel the world, see so many amazing things, and I wouldn't be able to do it if I wasn't doing what I'm doing right now. So just taking it all in, really.
That's awesome. Well said. Well, you've obviously fought the best in the world. Gillian, where do you think she stacks up against them? How do you view her skill set?
I think Gillian's up and coming. I think, she hit her stride moving to a different gym. I think that she realized that 25 wasn't the right division for her. She moved down. I don't think she's necessarily even a big 15er. I've fought big 15ers that should probably have been fighting at 25. I fought the best of the best in the strawweight division, excluding Wei Li, so I just think this is another opportunity for me to fight somebody who's up and coming, who's chopping at the bits, who's hungry, and has a great skill set.
Yeah. Is it as simple as you need to keep it on the feet and she needs to get you to the ground?
I mean, it sounds that simple on paper, right? That's where she's good at. We all know that. I don't think her stand-up is that dynamic. She uses her stand-up to get her opponents to the ground, and then that's where she really shines the most. But I have great groundwork. I want to say probably these last four opponents that I've had, I've been trying to take to the ground, and with no success, or with the success that I did have, it was short-lived. And so who knows if it goes to the ground. I'm excited to go to the ground. I have lots of really cool stuff that I've been working on these past 5, 6, 18 years that I'd like to showcase. I am a mixed martial artist, a well-rounded mixed martial artist at that.
Last thing for me, how important is the result here, right? I mean, you've made your name in this sport. So, I mean, do you feel like this is some kind of like, I got to win, or is it more about the performance and knowing that you're doing the right things as a martial artist?
Yeah. Wins are good. Wins, fill your heart. It's nice. It's nice to win, not just for yourself, for your family, for everybody that puts in time at the gym, for your coaches. So I'd love to win. I've been putting in a lot of work at the gym to just go in there and perform the way I train. And when I do that, I will win. With that being said, though, my MMA record is a blimp, is a piece of dust compared to everything else that I've been able to accomplish in my martial arts career, let alone my life.
Michelle, over here. We have a lot of veterans on this card, like Anthony Smith, Cub Swanson, yourself. And Cub was in here earlier, and he was saying like he felt like his generation doesn't get like maybe enough credit with this new wave of fans that maybe kind of came in with the Conor McGregor crowd.
Yeah.
And he was like telling them like, hey, do your research, like go watch the WC and this. I'm like, do you feel that too? Like maybe your generation, like even the beginning of the Invicta days, just doesn't get enough credit for where we are in the MMA world.
That's just the name of the game with fans that aren't the diehard fans. So I guess that just kind of falls on the fans. Maybe they're just not diehard fans as they used to be. But the truth is like I think it's really cool to be considered a veteran and still be competing at this high level. I always tell people MMA is kind of like a dog-eat-dog world, and you either buckle up and evolve with the sport, or you get left behind in the dust. And so again, I'm blessed to continue to be able to fight on these huge cards. I'm blessed that I still have a name that people want to come and see and watch. But yeah, it's funny. I think just in general, when people look at stats to make their decision on who they think is going to win, you can't look at stats when it comes to MMA. Every time a fighter steps into the octagon, they're a different fighter. They're fighting on a different day, and they're fighting a different opponent. So even if two fighters step in the octagon 3 different times facing each other, it's going to be a different fight. It should be, because we're always growing and evolving.
And looking at it on the other side, just as a competitor, like 20 years ago, there weren't nearly as many just MMA gyms. There was jiu-jitsu gyms and Muay Thai gyms, and you kind of had to bounce around.
Mm-hmm.
You're kind of synonymous as like you've stayed at one place
Yeah.
your whole career. We don't really see that now. You see a lot of fighters, they'll go to Florida for a camp, and then they'll go to California for a camp. They'll fly overseas and everything. So I guess, do you miss that aspect of MMA where like you're at one gym, you see the same guys every day, and you kind of all grow together rather than bouncing around?
I think it's really cool to be able to have that camaraderie and that deep bond. It is so cool, and it's something that you'll always be able to keep and cherish. My last fight, Rashad's like my big brother. When I first moved out to Albuquerque, and I had a hard time getting to the gym because I wasn't making that good of money, and I was scared, and I was nervous, and I was surrounded by amazing fighters like Rashad Evans and Donald Cerrone, George St. Pierre, the list goes on and on, right? He would come and check in on me and bring me cold medicine. He'd call me and ask me how I was doing. And so it was kind of just like a breath of fresh air when he was there at my last fight. He didn't have to say nothing. He was just there to give me a hug, and that's what I needed. But I guess with people jumping camps and this and that, to each its own. Some people feel like when they're having a rough spot in their career that they have to go somewhere else, and maybe that's the answer. But for me, anytime I have a rough spell, I always feel like I have to do introspective work and see what it is that I'm missing, what puzzle piece did I forget to bring, or what tool did I forget to sharpen in order to get better. To me, I take that responsibility, and that falls on my shoulders, not my coach, not my camp.
Michelle, right here, kind of going off that a little bit. There's 3 Hall of Famers on this card, but they're Jackson Wink Hall of Famers, and yourself, Cub, and Andrei Arlovsky. I guess it sounds like you might be sharing the locker room together on fight night too. What does that mean to you to kind of reunite? I know they've left and it's been years, but to kind of rekindle some of that magic of those years.
It's good energy. That's good energy. I don't know the words, but that's what camp has been all about. This camp is just, bringing that good energy and.
And I'm also curious. We're going to talk to Paige VanZant in a couple minutes after you leave the stage. What do you make of your former opponent doing a slap fight on Friday?
I've always told people, Paige, in order to be a fighter, you have to have a couple screws loose, and it's just one of those things. Like, it's not natural to want to stand in front of another person and take each other's heads off. And Paige, she just got big balls. So she's just loving life and she's doing her thing. You know, she's young, married, and just living life to its fullest. And you know, I commend her for it.
How much money would you have to get paid to do power squat?
I don't think my husband would let me do that.
Michelle right here.
That or bare knuckle, I don't think is not an option.
Michelle right here, right down the middle.
Okay, I see you.
Michelle, I think one of the things that was really cool about your career is as the women's divisions were taken off, you really just figured out the branding with everything, and you got a lot of opportunities. The Fight Mom documentary, I remember from your time doing Invicta to UFC and everything else. And it feels like there's a lot more opportunities for women now to make money, whether it be through social media and the sites and everything. What do you think has changed about the fan base and maybe about the business that has allowed more women to have these opportunities and to make that money the way Paige and others are?
I think the biggest thing that has changed is social media. It's in our hands. So basically, it's up to us if we want to create our own brand or not. And that's what I tell a lot of my teammates that are up and comers. What separates you from everybody else that's trying to get into the UFC? There's a million other guys just like you. What separates you? Yes, you're an amazing fighter. Yes, you can knock people out, but the UFC wants more than that. They want to see, because fighting, as much as we want to say is just about that, it's not. Like, it is a business, it's entertainment. We have to be able to, on our own, tell our own story. And that's the beauty of social media, is that we have the ability to tell our story the way we want. So to take advantage of that, tell your story the way you want. You have your own platform, you have your own channel to do so. And when you tell your own story and you showcase your own personality, the right brands will fall in your lap. So I think that's probably the biggest thing.
Do you have advice for those mates or those friends who are like, you know, they're funny or they're this or they're that, that would be very relatable to the fan base, but they don't know how to present that on social media? What kind of advice do you give them to find that connection to present it?
I just tell them, be you. Don't try to be somebody you're not, but be you and lean into that. If you're the quiet, silent, mysterious type, lean into that. If you're loud and crazy, lean into that. For me, you know, I wish I wish I had the craziness and the banter that Conor McGregor has. I don't. It's not me. It's not who I am. You know, but I am kind of quirky. I'm funny. I'm a mom. I'm a businesswoman. I'm a wife. And those are the things that I lean into.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Love you.
Well, welcome back, I suppose, in some ways. I mean, what's the feel like, first off, just kind of being around the UFC Apex and just being around the whole property today?
Gosh, honestly, it feels like home, like seeing all the familiar faces. I was with the UFC for 6 years, so seeing everybody that I kind of like left behind, it feels like I'm, home, right where I belong.
Obviously not the UFC this time around, Power Slap. How did this come together? How did this opportunity come about?
Everyone keeps asking me that. Who knows? I got called if I would do Power Slap. I said absolutely, and that was it. Signed the contract, and here I am, here to do Power Slap. And I think it's exciting for me because it's like, listen, I am a gangster. Whether people want to admit it or not, I am here to slap somebody. It doesn't matter what organization, what combat sport, I'm here to take over and have some fun.
Yeah, you've certainly shown a willingness to compete under any rule set. So before the call came in, had you ever even considered the option of like, maybe I should reach out to them, or maybe they'll reach out to me one day?
Absolutely. I mean, it was a conversation that we had in the gym. Everybody watches Power Slap. They've taken over. Everybody knows what it is. Everybody's seen the highlight videos. And a lot of people are like, no, I would never do that. Or they have mixed emotions about it all. And for me, I'm like, yeah, I would do that. Of course. I mean, I look back at my UFC career, my bare knuckle boxing career, everything that I've done, you can't take away how tough I am. And this is like that ultimate test of toughness. You stand there, you got to be able to have the balls to get hit.
It's not a sport that hasn't had its share of controversy, right? There's some people who say it shouldn't even exist. Like, what's your answer to that? Do you feel it aligns with other combat sports, or there's something controversial about it?
I mean, I was a part of the UFC when they still weren't legal in all 50 states. So I think it's just a matter of time before people start recognizing it. And you don't have to love everything. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion, and some people might not love it, but there's a reason that they're as successful as they are, and why they're taking over the social media space, why they are getting the numbers that they are, is because people are excited and they like to watch it.
Saw the training footage. I mean, how much training can you do? Is there training? Like, how has been your approach to this?
I feel like this is relatively similar as far as training as for like bare knuckle boxing. When I train for bare knuckle boxing, you can't have your teammates punch you in the face with no gloves on, and you can't punch your teammates in the face with no gloves on. So it's just about doing everything that you possibly can to prepare, and then being in really good shape.
Last thing for me, how are you approaching this? I mean, is this a hey, just I'm here for this one and we'll see, or do you feel like, hey, maybe this could be part of my journey moving forward? Like, how are you looking at this?
Yeah, I think for me, the narrative right now, it perfectly falls in line to continue to do Power Slap alongside doing my boxing. I still intend to box again at the end of the year. I'm waiting for the date on that. And this fits in line with that. It's preparation, it's preparing to cause damage and, try not to take damage, but inevitably in Power Slap, you're gonna get hit. So who knows, I am a woman who does whatever the fuck I want. And right now I wanna do Power Slap.
Hi, Paige. Over here in the middle. Hey. I saw that you were training with Austin Turpin. I'm wondering, he's a pretty wild character. What did you learn from him, and what do you think of him?
Oh, Austin was incredible. Having them bring out Austin just to show me the nuances on how to be, how to power slap, how to hit correctly, how not to get disqualified. It was huge. It was everything that I needed to be in preparation for this. He's a character. There's a reason he's a star of Power Slap. So I was really, really happy they brought him out. Incredible person, and I think he's going to go really far in this sport.
I'm wondering if you had any talks with Sheena. She's sort of the female star, overall star of Power Slap. Did she give you any advice, or have you looked at anything that she's done, either as lessons of what you want to do or not do?
I haven't spoken with her. I followed her on Instagram after her very first match with Power Slap. I've watched her videos. I've watched the success that she's had. I've kind of watched the nuances to see what worked and what doesn't. So no, she's absolutely incredible.
And they really seem to be putting a lot of emphasis in women for these competitions. Was that part of the reason why you wanted to be a part of it?
No, I don't really. I'm not someone who likes to do things just because I'm a woman. I do things because I want to. I think it's incredible. I think women in this is going to be extremely successful, as it is in MMA. There's going to be people who don't want to see women fight in MMA or boxing, and I'm sure there's going to be people that don't want to see women in Power Slap. But at the end of the day, it's entertainment industry, and that's what we're here to do.
Hey, Paige, right over here. Just wanted to confirm, still plans to fight in bare knuckle at some point and complete that deal, or have you moved on from that?
It's still on the table. I mean, Currently, I still have the opportunity to fight for BKFC. I loved fighting for them. They're an incredible organization. I took my boxing match, and again, I intend to fulfill my contract with them and fight again at the end of the year. So the nice thing, you know, I've had a very long career, but I'm extremely young still. So I have a lot of opportunity. I love BKFC, and I do see the doors still being opened and me competing for them again in the future.
And then to talk about boxing, just about a month removed now, what are your thoughts on how that match went with El Brook? And is that also still the front runner for your second fight in boxing?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it went to a controversial draw. Not, you know, I think the narrative behind it, I'm excited to fight her again. Of course, I felt extremely well in the fight. That is the fight that would be at the end of the year once we get a date.
And then I just want to ask about some of the other, you know, faces around. I mean, you got Rose Namajunas still doing her thing, Michelle Waterson on the card, and, you know, running into her. Just what are your thoughts on some of your past opponents and just how they've been doing and just seeing everyone do their thing?
It's incredible. You know, running into Michelle, she's just such a legend in the sport, but still extremely active. Seeing Rose compete, these are girls that I, grew up watching and then got to compete with them, alongside them, against them, and to see them continue to shine and make these waves for the UFC is absolutely incredible. And I'm excited mostly that I get to go compete on Friday, and then I get to be at the fights. I get to be at UFC 303 and have a beer and enjoy the fights as a fan.
Thank you.
Hey, Paige, are you going to try and convince Rachel Ostovich to come do Power Slap?
I'm sure the world would love that, wouldn't they? No, I do what the promotions tell me to do.
Pitch right here. When you left the UFC, you were very kind of open about your exit and the reasons that you left. I don't think you said anything that was unfair or offside or anything. But now that you're back here and you have a much stronger grip on what your value is and just where you've kind of fit overall, did that change, I guess, how like you negotiated this deal, or how well do you feel taken care of, I guess, being up there compared to maybe in the past?
You know, I don't negotiate my deals. My manager does. I have an incredible management team, and they took care of everything that they needed to. First round management, they're amazing. And I'm a businesswoman. I go where I need to capitalize where I need to. I have done extremely successful with my career in combat sports and with all of my business investments and interests outside of it. And this, to me, made sense. And it's something that I can do because I'm excited to do it. And I've set myself up. You know, leaving the UFC, I was very open that I just had opportunities to make more money somewhere else. And that truly was it. I love the UFC, and that's the reason that I am back. But now I have set myself up where I can do whatever I want. And this is what I want to do.
And as far as the match itself, I mean, depending on how this plays out, there's a possibility you could not get hit at all, or you couldn't even have a chance to hit. So how much do you kind of think about like the strategy depending on the coin toss, just all these little elements and what you can actually do when you're competing on Friday?
Yeah, you know, I don't think about too much of the noise, I guess, outside. It's all the extra things. For me, it's being prepared to take 3 slaps and being prepared to give 3. And hopefully, obviously, end it sooner than later. That's what you prepare for in the UFC and all combat sports. You want to get it over with as fast as possible and just perform to the best of your ability. And that's kind of what I'm looking forward to, you know, testing myself in.
Paige, over here. After you left the UFC, obviously bare knuckle boxing, now power slap. So did you ever just miss kicking people?
Yes, I do a lot, honestly. The one thing that I truly, truly miss about combat sports is kicking, and I've thrown out to my manager, I'm like, you know, karate combat would be really cool too. So, no, my favorite thing in the world was kickboxing and Muay Thai. But again, I love all combat sports, so there's opportunity for me to kick some more people.
Are there any former opponents that you wouldn't mind seeing across from you in power slap, just to get a free open slap on them?
Oh gosh, no. I feel like I am very, play the fence very well. And I just see myself like, yeah, I know that there's going to be narratives around me. I'm sure other opponents are going to have their opinions on who I am as a person, but I carry myself with honor and pride and dignity. And I don't go into this looking to beat a hater. I go in there to beat a competitor. And I see every single person that steps in front of me as an honorable competitor.
Hey, Paige. Hey. Some of the reaction I saw on social media to you joining this Power Slap card was that you're collecting sports now. Like, you've talked about bare knuckle and boxing and mixed martial arts, but is there anything athletically outside of combat sports that you would be interested in doing?
Gosh, I mean, of course, the combat karate would be really cool. I did my share of AEW, so pro wrestling. That was incredible. No, I go where the wind takes me, I guess. And it's true. I really just like to compete, and I'm competitive to a fault. And at this point, though, this is something I'm really, really excited to compete in.
Paige, you say you go wherever the wind takes you. Do you think it could ever take you back to the UFC or MMA?
You know, we'll see. We'll see. I'm really happy with where my career is. And I know, although, yes, there's doors open for me in a lot of places. And I have done a lot of combat sports. But I also like to focus my attention and energy where I need to. So I'm focused right now on power slap and then, of course, continuing to box. Thank you, guys.
What's up, guys? I have the credentials for UFC X, so if you guys have been approved and have been in communications with me, then meet me up here and I'll give you guys your credentials.